Good morning, everyone. Or afternoon or evening. But it's morning for me. So today, we are up again against the Ring 1 Tower Rush for a rematch, as last week it did not go quite as well as I had hoped. But it was a good training run, sort of, last week, because now I've refamiliarized with myself with most of the Ring 1 towers. Only thing I really had left was Tower of True Skill. What happened was how about I just show you? Reenact it in the practice place, if you will. I put the link to this in the chat, although most of you probably could just find it anyway. Yeah, we're starting here to just review a couple spots of a few towers. It's already loaded. This is so annoying. I need my sound off. Hold on. When you like die in a tower here, you gotta load a different tower and then reload it. It's annoying. But anyway, okay, so what happened last week? I got to Tower of Impossible Expectations. Then, eventually I got up to this outside, and this is everyone's favorite outside for the tower rush, because if you miss it, it's super far away from the tower, so you're falling all the way into the void and can't land on the island. So, I've got a strategy for it now that I've practiced it, something I definitely should have done a little bit more of when I practiced this before I began the tower rush last time. That's what I'm going to do. Jump across going that way, and then jump to there, then jump on the spinner onto there, jump across, ride the spinner over here, stand on the halfway point there, jump there, head hitter up. That is my strat. So I did that successfully. Then I continued along on floor 9. Though there aren't as severe consequences if I fall on this part, if I do, I will have to do the outside again. Remember this, it will be important in about 10 seconds. So I was just going along, having a jolly old time. But then I did this wrong, which I now know to do that, to go sideways. There are probably other strats for it, but well, I didn't know that at the time, so I don't remember what exactly happened, but I fell like, that would have been nice to happen, but that didn't happen. I fell like down here, and then I fell on the outside because I was way too stressed out. So that was just lovely. The stream's current bitrate is higher than the recommended bitrate. Uh-oh. Yeah, is the visual quality terrible, guys? Hopefully not. Because I changed some settings in my OBS. So I increased the bitrate. I don't know. If the stream's too laggy or something, let me know. I'll try to fix it. It's fine. Okay, cool. I could elaborate, and I will later, when we have plenty of time to yap. But for now, that was my brief review of this, although I suppose one more run of the outside couldn't hurt anybody. I have been practicing this for about 10 minutes before I began the stream also. So my PB on the Tower Rush is actually Tower of True Skill. I don't remember exactly where, because I did attempt the Tower Rush like 4 years ago. And I did the outside successfully then, here, but then I failed on Tower of True Skill for like 20 minutes and then just gave up. So, yeah, maybe that wasn't long enough, but whatever. Yet, last night, though, I did a legit run of Tower of True Skill, and I failed on the final outside, which was annoying. But then I came to the practice place and found a consistent strat for it, which we are going to review shortly right now as well. After, of course, I finish this. We'll also review the maze, though that's easy. Yes, I've got a good yap session planned for when I get to this maze. Y'all know that research paper I did with the Among Us at the end? Yeah, I'm going to read that entire thing, because there's going to be a lot of time to heal. I calculated it. This should take at least like 5 minutes to get through this maze, because I'm not using any healing items, people. Not that anyone really convinces me to or tries to, but whatever. So yeah. And I can't really read it while playing either because, well, I have to read it off the screen. So there's that. Just use T-pose. That falls under the item category. But yeah, I've got the route for that maze down, so that's nice. Then the final floor is free so long as you do that right. because otherwise I will get beamed like this guy. What? Anyway, that is that. They finally uploaded the Ring 7 OST in the EToH channel. I tried to like DM the music composer guy on Discord, and I wrote an entire well-written message, and then it told me he has his DMs off. I'm like, bruh. Well, okay, because I was like, because if you don't know, I want to possibly become another music composer for JTOH. Whoops, we don't want to be doing that. Okay. We'll save this yap session for later. We need to focus on practicing right now. So, the final outside of Tower of True Skill is very easy until this stupid part, where, see how it's like doing that to my character, and like, that could happen. I posted the fail from my legit run of Tower of True Skill in the Discord. Yeah, basically it was something like that. Then I did wall hop like down there. So I did manage to do that, but I was like, there's nothing I can even do. This is the only outside in the whole tower. So, yeah. But my strat is to get to that platform and then head hitter up. So, review. Jump to there, head hitter up. Should I end up getting stuck, like... Come on. This isn't... Should I end up getting stuck, like, here? Just walk sideways and then land on this platform. And then just retry. And you might need to press space, but just tap it if you need to do that to get your character to move. Because otherwise you might get flung out of existence. So if I can just... Oh, no. Wait. We don't want to have that happen now. There we go. And don't miss that wrap either. If I can get this outside, the whole outside, like, let's go 5 times in a row, then we'll be good. Okay, so that counter starts now. This is the first time. Remember, the whole thing's easy. It's just this jump. So, almost the whole thing's easy. Okay, that's 0 times. I really need to not rush that jump. Especially if I fail it, because that's where I'm most likely to rush that. You should do an extreme this time. Do another SC tower. You just beat Tower of Difficulty Chart as your second soul crushing. Good job. Wait for the spinner to come back when you're on top on Tower of Impossible Expectations. Yes, I will do that. I might not have done that when I was practicing that a minute ago, but I will. Anyway, that is outside completed 1 time. I won't bother climbing the whole ladder, because, well, we've got better things to do. So you can still get flung, and if that happens, that's really bad. I'll land down there, and then I could try to figure out how to dance corner clip back in. But it's really annoying. Okay, so, like, is there even a good way to prevent that from happening? Maybe if I stand on, like, the edge or something? I don't know. I don't know if I really trust that. Hopefully me getting flung there was just, like, a one-off thing, and it's not gonna happen again. Well, I guess I should try to do something about that. Is Tower of True Skill a good tower? Other than this part, which is just RNG and really annoying, I like it. It's a good, very much skill-based remorseless. What am I even supposed to do there? Okay, we're going to try the go on the edge strategy. So, I'm going to try to get, like, right there. And then like that. See, what do I even do? I can't jump from there either. Maybe I could, like, high jump or something. That seems unnecessarily risky. I think I'm just, like, not timing it right. Well, look, it's much better to be figuring this out now than 3 hours into the tower rush on my 6th time at this outside. Well, my first extreme B, probably Tower of Astral Eclipse or Tower of the Planets. I don't know. I could like ladder flick or something. Again, that seems unnecessarily risky and not what I should do, though. But I think it could theoretically work. Okay. I think it's in the timing of the jump, really. See, I got that like 3 times in a row. There's 4. There's 5. Okay, now do the whole outside 5 times in a row. Get a lead up into the final ladder. Okay. Okay, that's 2. You should try Tower of Mind Breaking. It's legit free and loads of fun plus floor 3. It's a loop fail, but not that hard. Okay, YouTube keeps telling me I put the stream's bitrate too high, so I don't want to change it if it's not affecting anything. But if the stream is like lagging a whole bunch for you guys, then let me know and I'll change it. Well, that's just lovely. Yeah, I think we're going to be here all day if I try to get this 5 times in a row. Then again, we're going to be here all day anyway, so who cares? Start the planet's doable as first extreme. I mean, I guess. The raw difficulty doesn't go above, like, insane at all. It's just so long and requires such nerve control, so if you're good on that, then go for it. Pretty smooth for you. Okay, cool. What I did was, often when I'm streaming and I'm playing EToH, it will, like, be super laggy, the game will, and, like, it'll just be, like, super annoying. Like, even with low detail and my graphics quality all the way down, it's still laggy. It doesn't, like, I'll get terrible FPS of like 40 when I'm supposed to get 60. So the reason for that, because that only happens when I'm streaming, it's because I'm streaming and recording on OBS at the same time at different qualities. Yeah, so I looked at the stream from last week on YouTube, so like what my streaming quality was, and it's like, it was okay, it wasn't terrible, but like, you know, I record and stream at the same time, so like OBS is recording and streaming at the same time, because one time I just streamed it and then wanted to edit the video, or edit the stream into a video, but when I downloaded the whole stream off YouTube, it was like 720p 30 FPS, and ew, terrible. Even though I think I streamed it at 1920 by 1080 frames, or pixels, and 60 FPS. So I don't know, I guess it just download weird. I could try downloading a different stream, like last week's or something. We'll come back to this. What else do I want to review? When I was playing this yesterday, I did, like, loop fail the first 5 floors or so. Let's review, like, yeah, I don't know. Should I just review, like, here to the end of the tower? Like, all jumping it? I guess I'll do that. Refamiliarize myself with it, even though I played this last night, like I said. Anyway, so, previously, I had my streaming bitrate as 9,000 kilobits per second. And so, yeah, I looked at last week's stream, and it was okay. It was pretty good. Like, it was fine, but it was like, it could be better, you know? So I was like, I made some test recordings with an increased bitrate and settled on 24,000 kilobits per second as being about the same quality I record at. Because, like, I don't set a specific bitrate for the recordings. I I use the OBS setting. It's called indistinguishable quality large file size. Yeah. Which, I mean, I don't know, I just found but then I changed it to be same as stream instead of indistinguishable quality large file size. So then I was fine with, changing the stream, bitrate, the streaming bitrate, and then just comparing it and increasing that until the test recording looked of the same quality about as my recording at the normal file size, large file size, or indistinguishable quality, whatever. So that's what I'm recording and streaming at right now as we speak. It's about the same visual quality, maybe a little bit lower, but no one should really notice it. It's particularly when I'm doing things like this, which isn't very often, that you can see the effects of bad bitrate. But anyways, so by now streaming and recording at the same bitrate, it's a lot less usage on my computer. OBS says it's about 15-25% CPU usage. Well, 10 right now that I stopped doing anything, apparently. Before it would be at like 50, I think, or more, and then when I'd play the game it would be super laggy, and that would be annoying. So that was a very yappy way of saying, I changed some OBS settings, and what that should hopefully mean is you guys see the stream in a higher visual quality, and I'm streaming at a higher visual quality than I've previously streamed, though recording at a slightly lower visual quality than I've previously recorded, although I don't think anyone will really notice anyway, so it's fine. Furthermore, since I'm streaming and recording at the same quality now, it's a lot less CPU heavy, so I should be able to play EToH without too much lag, if any. I should probably have a solid 60 FPS, as I'm supposed to. Does this sound weird, but Roro's voice is kind of relaxing? I believe I have heard that before, or that I have a nice voice. Though I haven't heard that since a long time. Back when my voice was like 3 octaves higher. Do I need to make a sequel to Your Voice Has Changed a Lot, that video I made like a year and a half ago? I mean, there wouldn't be much to add to it, is kind of the main reason I wouldn't. But if the market wants it, then yes. Roro streams work well as background noise, so it's not weird that his voice is relaxing. Now, I don't want to over-practice in the practice place. Hold on. Tavern Possible Expectations Tower 2 skill. Because I don't want to use up my limited endurance that I really need for when I get to these in the real thing. But it's not using much endurance right now. We've been streaming for about 20 minutes. Actually, that's kind of a while. Well, we should be fine. I'm just gonna high jump there. Probably the hardest part of floor 9 is like the first couple jumps, so I will go review those one more time after I review this 2 more times. And hopefully nail the outside with no problems. Okay, that wasn't perfect, but I still made it, so I'll count that as doing that right. So let's try to do that again. Then I'll go do floor 9, the beginning of it, like one more time. Then I think we'll be ready to begin. Well, that's just lovely, isn't it? Yeah, it's in the timing. This one jump, which is like... Uh-oh. Okay. Just like the hardest of the tower. Maybe not the hardest, but definitely the most RNG. Can I please do that? There we go, thank you. When the skill isn't true. Exactly. Can't you dance corner clip if you fail? Yes, but I don't really know how to do that, and that's not really what I want to deal with at 3 hours into the run. And I'd be quite annoyed having to redo this entire tower after probably what will be a lot of loop failing of it. What? Why is the frame like this? It's not supposed to be. So yeah, I could figure it out, but you can lag high jump to skip head hitters. And I don't really like to do lag high jumps. Though I guess I do like to know where they're possible and where they're huge skips that you can do with like my towers that I should fix. So yeah. Anyways, let me not fail that. Okay, so that jump's pretty easy. You just gotta not wrap too like far away from that block. And then this, it's curving your camera in just the right way to go nicely around that block. And then from there, it's pretty easy. You can't clip back in without heli clipping, I think. The frame is a little different. Okay, so if I fail that, then it's all over, basically. Although it probably would be anyway, because even if I got back in, I'd just loop fail for like 30 minutes and then rage quit. That's probably how that would end up going, so I can't mess this up. Which is exactly what I'm doing right now, so that's awesome. If I just focus in for 1 second here, though, wrap around. Okay, I made the jump, I just need to not do that. Come on now. Wrap around. Do that. Do that. There we go. Let's go ahead and finish out floor 9. Okay. Without doing that. I did this entire thing, no problems, when I was doing my legit Tower of True Skill run last night. Now for the funny outside. Okay, cool. Last thing is, I promise this will be the last thing before I go do the real tower rush, is I am going to try to do floor 9 to the end legit. So, really line that up just right. Make sure I start on the edge of those studs. I don't have enough mouse pad room. That was my excuse that time. Okay. Wrap around. Wrap around. Head hitter. Sort of. Just need to be careful not to get flung on that weird part right there. And I fell. Great. Whatever. Just another run of this would be nice. Be careful not to get flung. As long as I just line these up, I'll be fine. I'm just going to high jump on that 10 stud wrap. And then just hope this doesn't fling me. There we go. Alright. That was 9 to the end. Legit. Okay. Isn't TO in I now in the Tower Rush as well? Well, it probably would be. And yeah, it is. I've never played it, so I'm going to be sight reading it on the Tower Rush, which is exactly what you want to be doing. Yup. But no, it's only medium, so I should be fine. It'll be a fun little, whatever you want to call it. Anyway, that is enough practice, I think, so I'm going to now join the EToH game, and we will begin. One thing I am interested to see is, do I get the badge for TONI, which is Tower of Noticeable Infuriation, for completing that in the Tower Rush? My guess is no, but I guess we'll find out together. Then again, it's only medium, so it should be a quick rebeat. Why did I just rejoin this? What am I doing? I saw big letters that said EToH and didn't look at the fine print. That's what just happened. Okay, now I'm joining the actual game now. Here we go. 125 with impossible expectations. Pretty good ring select RNG. But yeah, here we go. My hands are already cold. This is great. Might have to take a hand washing stream moment and walk into the kitchen and wash my hands in warm water, which helps temporarily. So yeah, here's Tower of Noticeable Infuriation, something I'm not going to even play or enter. We're just going to completely sight read it. So to get to the Ring 1 Tower Rush, you need to press this button here, which will open the floor for 5 seconds. And here we go. Thus, at 8:27 a.m. U.S. Central Time, this extremely long run begins. There we go. Let me go ahead and set my quick reset delay to a lot higher. There we go. Alright. We begin with Tower of Annoyingly Simple Trials. The easiest of the ring. Also, apparently they added a safety net here. That's kind of cool. Okay, maybe I shouldn't try to take that shortcut. I just kind of guessed where it was, and I guessed wrong. I see it now, though. Okay, cool. Let me go press the buttons now. They changed it. What's up with this? They just put one button at the end. And added that, apparently. Yeah, they've done a lot of changes to Ring 1 since last week. So, of course, the week where I am about to do the Ring 1 Tower Rush, they change a bunch of things and add an entirely new tower. So, that's great. But like I said, the one new tower, the one right there, I think that's a new one. It should be fine. What is your hardest tower? That would be Tower of Thinning Layers. So what should I talk about? Should I go ahead and talk about something from things to talk about while live streaming? I already did all the yapping about the stream quality. Watch out. An interesting change. Well, we always have things to talk about while live streaming. Okay. Don't want to get to that, though. It's the question here. Well, oh yeah, I can explain this. Okay, so after each, like, category of towers, I don't know what they're actually called, but, like, after the beginner towers, the intermediate towers, and the psychologically unsafe towers, I'll do, like, a little break and do something. So I've got 4 of those planned for each of the 4 of them. So we'll do one after TONI. Still gotta remember what that is. Hold on. Tower of Noticeable Infuriation. And one after Tower of Keyboard Eating, one after Tower of Rage, one after Tower of True Skill. Where I will... Well, I've got 4 of them planned. So one of them's gonna be a homework stream. I'll do one math practice problem thing. These will be about like 5 minutes each, if that, by the way. So I'll do a homework stream. I'll do a brief Q&A session. I'll do a Duolingo lesson, I think was one of them. And I don't think I remember the other one. Maybe I never thought of it. I might not have. we've got homework stream, Q&A session, and Duolingo lesson. So if any of you have any suggestions for that, just let me know. Do I have invisible players on or something? No, I don't. It's just me here. Darkness. Let's see how bad the stream bitrate goes. Although it shouldn't, because I changed the quality so much. Watch BFDI when you beat Advanced. I googled what that was. It's Battle for Dream Island. But so I know what that stands for. And it's like a something. Would you mind sharing with the class what exactly Battle for Dream Island is? As you type that. Well, here we go. We're done with Tower 1 of 13. That was pretty easy. Surely it doesn't get any harder than this, right? It's just going to be easy difficulty towers forever. Oh, also, like last stream, later on I will be enabling the voice channel in the Roro Studios Discord, which you guys should join, by the way, link in the description. So we're... Really? I thought you were supposed to, like, hit your head on those. Great. First fail, though not a major fail, so whatever. My hands are cold. I will still not join voice chat. Yay, data store failed to load. BFDI is a show on YouTube about objects competing for a prize. Ah. Okay, so you do hit your head on those. I don't know what's going on there. Like maybe I jumped after it ended or something? Who knows? Okay, I think it's time we do something from Things to Talk About while live streaming. Okay, this is one that I thought of yesterday and then like to add to the list. And then somehow didn't forget to, even though I didn't add it immediately. But anyway, it was 6th grade rocket challenge is what this is entitled. Okay, so in 6th grade at roughly this time of year, in like February or so, we were gonna do this like week-long challenge thing called the rocket challenge, where you'd make a rocket out of a 2-liter bottle. But what's a liter? 2 liters to gallons, which is about half a gallon. Sorry, apparently I need to do that right now. So it would be like using the engineering design process and stuff. And it was gonna be so fun, and we could like, it'd be like, you get a prize for winning. And it was, yes, it was a competition of like whose rocket went the furthest. And I think it was gonna be like a Coke and Mentos type rocket thing. Maybe it was that. I wouldn't think that would take a whole week to design, but whatever. Can you open the leaderboard for a second? Sure. Yeah, so I was quite excited for that. You could buy your own like stuff to use on it, so like custom duct tape or something. So I bought this like galaxy type duct tape, and I was so excited. And then I got the flu the entire week they did that, and I didn't get to participate at all. So that was just awesome. So yeah, big sad. But what are you gonna do? Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised that I didn't have as much stuff to make up for missing 5 whole days of school as I remember. Like, if I missed 5 days of school now in a row, that would be bad. Where's I going with this? Oh, yeah, but I do still miss a million days of school this time of year for various band activities. Like I have said, I've had five band some band activity 5 weekends in a row. So now, yesterday was the final of those 5. Then I get 3 weeks off. Then I have 5 more, although they're not entirely band-related activities. Would you like me to talk about those? Of course you would. All right. Let's go to my Google Calendar where I put these all. Okay. Let's start with what was January 23rd through 25th. Okay, so hold on. Let me count something. 3 of these are honor bands. One of them is closely related to an honor band, and then one of them is other. If you don't know what an honor band is, basically on the weekend, as they call it, even though it's Thursday through Saturday, and you're done at like 5 p.m. on Saturday, so calling it the weekend doesn't seem that accurate. But whatever. It's basically like 2 days of nonstop band, and then you do a performance. So it's like you have a clinician, so some conductor from somewhere who comes to do all the rehearsals with you and practice up like 3 to 5 pieces of music usually, and then you perform them all. So, yes. So, 2023, January 23rd through 25 was a jazz honor band. It was All-State Jazz. Yummy. So that was like my favorite honor band I've ever done because all the music was really fun. And the clinician was good too. Although actually it was going to be someone else, but then they suddenly were unavailable. So yeah, someone else like stepped in to do that. And it was very fun. Well, I'm sure the other clinician who it was supposed to be would have as well, but yeah. So then the next weekend, February 1st, was All-State auditions. So there's like 4 different things called All-State. There's All-State Jazz, just All-State, All-State Honor Band, whatever you want to call it. I suppose the most accurate thing would be All-State Concert Band. There's also like All-State Orchestra, All-State Choir. Yeah, the idea there is it's an honor band from the top students around from all of the state. Get it? Okay, so All-State auditions, that was the big trumpet audition I was talking about leading up to it, which is so stressful. It's like name any tower with a scary final stretch. I think Tower of Bloodthirsty Kenos has one. Take that final stretch. This is way more stressful than that. Because you're practicing etudes for months, and then you have to perform them. It's like so stressful. Yeah. So leading up to this, all previous years I had done... What is going on here? This is different a little bit. All previous years I had done this audition. I had gotten second chair every time, which I mean is good. That's very good. But it was like this year I was trying to get first chair. But let me explain how this works. So there are 2. Technically, this is an audition for 2 honor bands. The first one is District Honor Band, and the second one is All-State Honor Band. Hold on, let me see if... hold on. See if anyone's saying anything in the chat that is worth reading. Or something. Okay, so... when I said I placed second chair, I mean I placed second chair district band. And then to make... It depends on the instrument and the district, because, like, okay, so the whole state is divided into some number of districts, depends on the state, where each district is like a few counties. So that's how that works. Alright, Tower of Madness got a revamp. Okay, we'll come back to this. I should probably talk about the revamp. Okay, so far the first floor seems pretty similar. The second floor, I can see the resemblance of the old first floor. I mean, old second floor. But it is new. I almost didn't even notice it for a second. Thingy. Ooh. What is that? I see a semi-transparent block. Does that do anything? Skip. Yeah, but like, what does that do? That just, do you jump somewhere else? Whoa. I gotta try this. Oh, okay, I see the block there, and then I can just header. Cool. Oh, they made this be like against the window. Or they added a window because it wouldn't normally be one there. That's cool. Okay, I'm gonna say something. Okay. Roro Studios, do you think that Citadel of Green stuff is a good second Citadel? I have never played it. Well, I did play it long ago. What is this? A jump outside? That looks kind of risky. I think I'll just take the normal route. You know, because I've got 14 minutes of progress on the line. That, yeah, I don't really trust that. If I had practiced it, it's probably very easy, but I will not be taking any unnecessary risks at this time. Wait, can you still do the ladder skip? I guess not. Dang, I have to do the parts that everyone skips. Whoa, spinny. Okay, so this revamp is pretty cool. I can see the resemblance to the old tower, but it still feels new and with good gameplay, while still being classic styled. So they did a good job at this. Yay. Okay, now what's this part like? Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not what we want to be happening. Oh, that was such an insane save. If only I'd have hit the wall hop. But it wouldn't have actually... Oh, we don't need to be failing on a medium tower. I can't be wasting up my endurance. I need to save that for the later towers by not spending forever on the earlier towers. Okay, now that I know that this doesn't attach to the wall, I can go up here. What should I commentate about? Oh no, outside. But it's a medium tower. Come on, how hard can this really be? And again, I'm seeing the resemblance to the original one, but it feels very much better now. Although it does go over the voids if I fall, that's probably not going to end well. Luckily, I did that no problem. Yes, so I think they did a very good job with this revamp, even though I already said that. Roro never used keyboard overlay. Actually, I feel like sacrificing nostalgia is worth it for new players' experience to be better now that I think about it. Yeah, I mean, this still feels classic enough. It feels like just the right balance of classic and modern good gameplay. So, yes, that is my take on that. And besides, we have a whole area dedicated to classic towers now. We have for 4 years. I feel old. Oh, well, that would be the Forgotten Ridge anyway. So, difficult. Swings. Okay, so they nerfed this part. It's no longer like one stud things. So, that's good, I suppose. Okay, this is like completely different from before. This part. Wait, does it not? Is it still walking simulator the last like 2 floors? Because that was always nice. Just to get to contemplate life for a few seconds after just completing the tower. And consider, what am I doing with my life? I'm about to play the next 10 towers in a row without stopping. Although, like I said, we're going to do a homework stream after Tower of Noticeable Infuriation. Same thing happened again. That's great. Jump from here. At least there's a safety net. But unfortunately, this doesn't appear to be walking simulator. But there are these triangles, so that preserves the original. And yeah, I suppose this is definitely better than walking simulator. But not right now, because I'm doing the tower rush and would like to just have a free final 2 floors, but whatever. I guess I can't have everything. And also, this is easy. Well, medium, but... There's the wind pad. Very nice. Okay, now time for Tower of Noticeable Infuriation. Oh, my eyes are being blinded after staring at red for a while. Hold on. Let me turn on some lights. Improve the light balance in here. Oh, my eyes. What will my first extreme be? Either Tower of Astral Eclipse or Tower of the Planets. What did I just do? Where do I go? Can't even... Oh. Okay, please get off this floor as soon as possible, because my eyes are burning. Anyway, yeah, this is sight reading the tower. So, instead of revamping an actual classic tower, this one, I guess, is a completely new tower that probably still aims to be that classic but still good modern gameplay style type hybrid thing. I thought it would sound smart saying that, but I failed miserably. The color scheme to begin with is a little bit similar to Tower of Madness, or Tower of Anger, I mean, although not after here. The beginning couple jumps there also kind of reminded me of that. Yay, floor 3. How long is this tower? I mean, I've only been doing this like 1 minute now, and I'm already on floor 3, so that's a good sign. Except, you always know the last floors are super long. Well, that's not always true. It often is, though. But on a hopefully well-made tower such as this one, well, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't claim that the quality of a tower, or that good towers need to have consistent floor lengths, but I don't know, I feel like this just doesn't have any reason to have a long, like, floor 9 or anything. Because, you know, it's meant to be a very beginner-friendly tower. Being, well, medium and meant to fill the huge jump from Tower of Madness to Tower of Heck, or Tower of Killjoys. Whichever one they have is easier right now. I think Tower of Heck. Ooh, 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 okay. I saved that, unlike him. And these are all falling, I assume. Top Hat with a big grid of falling platforms. Top Hat has one of those. I've never seen this tower. Why is it here suddenly? It's a new tower that I'm sight reading on the Tower Rush. What could go wrong? Tower of noticeable infuriation. Uh-oh, outside incoming. Where if I one wrong move and it's all over. 24 minutes down the drain. Cool, I didn't. Yay. Falling kill bricks. You don't see that every day. What floor am I on now? Floor 5? One of these days I've got to finish Citadel of Quadrilaterals and Tower of Curved Descent. I have a whole bunch of footage still on my computer from my attempts at those months ago. One big reason I was doing Tower of Curved Descent was to practice nerve control for all-state band auditions. I go down here. Which now that that's over with, I mean, I should still... My nerve control is still so bad, but... Yeah, I should maybe do... Hold on. Where do I... Ooh, don't do that. Oh, I go underneath here. Yeah, I was like, that does not feel like a medium difficulty jump. Yes, I do go here. You know, actually, I think I'm not going to do a homework stream. Because the way this class works is basically I watch, like, the lecture from the in-person version of the class, and then I do a homework about that. Which at the moment, I'm still on the watch the video part of this, like, lesson. Which I don't really want to do that on stream, so... Yeah, I could try to just do the homework with only watching 7 minutes and 15 seconds of the video, but that seems like not a good idea. Well, I mean, I think I pretty much got, like, the first concept, which is probably what the first problem would be about. But instead, how would you guys like to see the finished sketch to my latest composition? Yes. We worked on this for like 5 minutes last week. Well, I did. So, yeah, basically, for Tower of the Planets, I'm now working on the Titan song. And I'm doing a sketch for it, which basically means I add like 4 or 5 staffs onto like a page, and then I just basically write like all the things that are going to be played by the instruments, and then later I go back and actually orchestrate it, decide what instruments will play what staffs, what lines where. So I've now finished a sketch, and it's about 4 minutes long, though I don't know if I'm exact, like, I know it's, hold on. Yeah, I mean, it starts with, like, a very repetitive part where it does 8 measures, and then it adds another line each 8 measures. I'm probably not going to have it do that in the actual concert band piece. So I don't really know exactly how long it's going to be, but probably around 3.5 to 4 minutes is my estimate. And for reference, to complete the Titan section of Tower of the Planets, it takes about like 2.5 minutes if you go without failing. So realistically, I can make this up to like 3.5 or 4 minutes, which is about how long it's going to be. So yeah, I have finished the sketch, and so you guys can hear it. Though it will sound even more epic once I do the concert band orchestration. We're up to 33 concurrent viewers. That's nice. You love to see it. Normally I get like 20. Right now it's 30. So we're above the normal. Yay. I hope everyone's enjoying the stream. Here's another thing. If I win the Tower Rush today, which hopefully I will, I feel pretty confident that I can. Oh boy, another outside. Will I want to delay Ring 5 progress even further than I already have to get a video out so I don't go like 2 months without posting a video? I haven't even worked on the editing of the Ring 5 video in forever. Well, in like 3 days, because the 5th honor band weekend in a row being yesterday, but okay, but also I was gonna get up at like 6:30 a.m. and do like 2 hours of editing before I went to do that yesterday, but no, my phone decided, I'm just gonna make the volume of the alarm be so quiet, the most sad, pathetic alarm you've ever heard. And it literally did that this morning too. I just happened to like wake up. Okay, so I set alarms every minute, 7 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. on my phone and iPad. But my phone decided, even though I had set like 24 hours ago to make the alarm volume be maximum so it would wake me up, it decided, I'm just going to set it back to minimum and be the most sad, pathetic alarm you've ever heard. And my iPad is also very quiet, even though that's actually at max volume. I don't know what's going on there. So yeah, I just so happened to wake up at like 7:35 after all the alarms that I had set. So yeah, you guys are lucky that happened, because otherwise the stream would not be happening for like 4 more hours from now, because I have such a bad sleep schedule that when I do get to sleep in, I'll end up sleeping until like 12:30. And then I'll have to go to bed at school night time, or I should, but I won't be able to fall asleep until like 2 a.m. Well, like I could go to bed at a reasonable hour, like 10, but I know I'd just be laying there not being able to fall asleep because I got up at noon 30. So, yeah, it's a real problem here. How close am I? Floor 9. Alright, we're almost there. Then it will be time for you guys to hear the finished sketch to Lakes of Methane. That is the title of it. The song I'm working on. Hello. There we go. I need to make sure I don't die. That would be annoying. Safety net? Well, for like 2 jumps. Well, that's it for the safety net. It's probably going to be the live stream that I've seen, or that I've sent the most messages in. Yeah, the chat is, I see you guys sending a lot of messages, though I'm not really reading much of them. Yeah, I mean, if you want, you can, I don't mind if you do the thing where you type Roro Studios, and then it will, like, highlight it on my screen. You may do that. But this is good for viewer engagement, which makes the YouTube algorithm like the stream, and then show it to more people. So perhaps you guys are directly contributing, or I guess more indirectly maybe, but contributing nonetheless to the concurrent viewers being at nearly 40 right now. So this is very epic. Oh, and there's the wind pad confetti. I'm almost there. Yippee. Alright, Tower of Heck time, but not yet. First, let us take a listen to Lakes of Methane. Are you in a personal server or a public server? This is a public server. Is there like a chill zone? Let's go to the chill zone. /E dance 2. Okay. Oh, I opened the wrong thing. I clicked the Lakes of Methane, not Lakes of Methane sketch. So now I have to wait for this to completely load up. Then I have to go Control O and open what I actually meant to open, which is Lakes of Methane sketch. Close the one I didn't mean to open. What would you recommend as a third Citadel? Okay, the order I did Citadels in was Citadel of Laptop Splitting, and then like 3 years later, or I think 2.5 years later. No, wait, hold on. Let me do the math. No, it was like 3 years later. I did Citadel of Heights and Depths, and then like 3 months later, I did Citadel of Twist and Weirdness. I have caught up to you. Oh no. Okay, let me switch OBS's window capture properties from Roblox to Muse Score. Okay, so I'm gonna play this. I will mute my mic and play this. It'll last about 4 minutes. Okay, hold on. Let me change some OBS settings. Make it so you guys can hear the desktop audio. You guys should be able to hear that. Then I'm going to mute the mic. Alright, that was Lakes of Methane, the sketch. I was reading the chat along with that. Let me set window capture properties back to Roblox. There we go. I was reading the chat along with that. You guys seem to enjoy that. Sounds like music you would hear in an EToH area lobby. Well, I suppose that's good. If I want to ever become a composer for this game, which so far has gone terribly, trying to do anything about that. But, yes, so, you guys can hear me, I think. Yeah. If you can't, let me know. Because obviously you'd hear me say that if, yeah. What did they do to Citadel of Laptops splitting floor 1? Uh-oh, did that get a huge revamp? And now I'm gonna have to sight read it. Like 3 hours. Oh boy, that's just great. Yes, okay, so. The part in 5/4 in the middle of that. Okay, so it starts in G minor. And then it goes to 5/4 in D flat major. And that's supposed to be like referencing the Earth song from the Tower of the Planets OST. Because the theme of Titan is lakes of methane on a landscape reminiscent of home. Thus, there are references to Earth floor. Well, yeah, the Earth floor. I could have done, like, all 3 movements from that, but I just went with the main motif from movement 1, which is the longest / main one, entitled, well, the whole song is Wonders of Earth. The movement 1 is Wonders of the World. Because the point of that part of the tower is you go to the 7 wonders of the world. And then there's also the other key change near the end, where it's in G minor. That goes to A minor, and I put key change on the MuseScore file. Yes. So even though there's a difference here, like the second one at the end, going to A minor from G minor, that's the sort of key change where it's very obvious and you'd yell out key change. But the other one, even though it goes by a tritone, and somehow I accidentally did that. Hold on, where's the stud? Is it just me, or did they move it? Also, I fell. That's lovely. Yes, but you can pretty much go to any key, and honestly, you might not even notice there was a key change, even by the most distant key on the circle of fifths, which would be whatever is a tritone away. If you just put like a 5/1 cadence into it. Or I guess more accurately what I did here was like, I definitely went outside the key of G minor and used like A flats, A flat majors and things. Then eventually just A flat 7, D flat 2. Basically, it resolves into D flat major. Instead of just like suddenly jumping up a key as it does later. If that makes any sense or means anything to any of you. What's the most useless feature inside of Roblox? I could definitely think of one. I'll try to think of a good one to say. So far, I'm struggling to think of a good answer. Let's just look around on here and see if there's anything. Let's see. Maybe the video recorder, the Roblox video recorder. I mean, that's kind of, I suppose some people can make a use for that, but it's so terrible quality. Though I suppose it's better than nothing. So maybe it's not completely useless. Although it is if you're trying to make, like, actual YouTube videos. Even though you all know those types of videos where someone uses that and then just, like, types in the chat what they're saying. Yeah. in my opinion, is probably emoting, and I'm talking about the ones in the catalog, not like /edance. Well, let me close Muse Score also, because I don't need that open anymore. I mean, I think the emote feature is cool, but it's not particularly important, but I do like it. You know, when you're just standing around in like an R15 game. The only thing that's kind of annoying is having to like disable it when you're trying to make like an obby game with R6. So that way you can use this key. Or, no, I think it's this key. One of those keys is the open emote wheel button. Luckily, it's not that hard. You can do like a one-line script to disable it. Just a local script and starter player script, and then that's good. What's your favorite feature that was removed from Roblox? That is an excellent question. And I wonder what I should say. Let's see. What are some removed Roblox features? Type some in the chat so I can get some idea. Guests, corner clips. Oh yeah, I think it would have to be corner clips. Yeah. Though it is nice, I suppose, having the benefit of having those removed being I don't have to consider all the time, oh, well, if you corner clip through here, you could like cheese a whole section. But still, I wouldn't say that was a worth it trade-off to not have to deal with that anymore, but no longer have corner clips ever. Just jump there so I don't get flung into the void. Yes. You know what I think they should add? They should add more benefits to the premium. Because all that really, the only thing really there is the Robux, like, you get from that. Your monthly Robux thing, and also the discount on Robux, where you get, like, a little bit more. And when I say add new features, I mean make entirely new features that have never been before seen. Not suddenly putting previously existing features behind a paywall. Just to make that clear. Yes. Like, it's good that they made a bunch of premium features, like, over the years be available to everyone, such as DevX. There were others, but yeah, now pretty much the only use of having premium is, like, trading. Which, yeah, what has become of the Roblox limited trading community with the advent of limited UGCs? Like, okay. There were, okay, so a long time ago, when UGC was a lot newer than it is now, someone made, like, a bunch of, like, sunglasses. I could put them on and then have them on during Tower of Killjoys. I don't really want to do that, though. But they made one in a bunch of different colors, and it was, like, the border around it, that was what was different. So one of them, the border was black, and so it was, like, black on black, sunglasses, and it vaguely reminded, or was, hold on, what's the word? I can't English. It was vaguely similar to the clockwork shades, the super expensive sunglasses. So a bunch of the limited people were like, get rid of this. It's going to make our limiteds go down in value. And so, yeah, they removed that, but they left up all the other colors. But now, it's completely different. You can, if you want a super expensive limited, you can just, like, any limited, you can just find a cheap copy that's definitely not allowed on the UGC store for, like, 70 Robux, including the clockwork shades and pretty much any other super expensive limited. The most copied on the UGC store limited would definitely be the super, super happy face. Which, why didn't I buy the actual one, like, 10 years ago, and it was, like, 500 Robux? If only I'd have done that. But hey, at least I bought this rubber ducky hat for, like, 2,000 in 2020, and now it's, like, 10,000. Not that I have any plans to resell it. If Premium is like Builders Club with 3 free avatar items like back then, it would be cool as heck. When will Mario add corner flips to Obby Crater? Never. Secret area? What does this say? Enjoying the game so far? This is the beginning of a journey that can last for years. We wish you luck. Never give up. Oh, you can just go out here. Can I not even sit on the benches? Dang. Well, yes, it sure has been a long time. And there's that song, too. Yay! Okay. Tower of Killjoy's time. Alright, hold on. We were gonna... Wait, no, never mind. It was after Tower of... or before Tower of Heck that I did the first after each category of towers break. As in Lakes of Methane Showcase. Well, of the sketch, anyway. Does that make any sense? Probably not. Check the balcony. Oh, yeah, I did that. Tim never gives up. Roro, when is requested tower / obbies? Why do I keep asking? Sorry, sometimes I just miss questions. You may ask it a bunch of times. You may also put Roro Studios, like, just type that in your message and it'll, like, highlight it on my screen. Just don't be annoying about that, please. As in, don't spam Roro Studios. But, yeah, I will resume the requested towers and requested obbies series eventually. I've been focusing on Ring 5 development. And the 6,000 honor bands. Right, we were talking about that earlier, and then I stopped to commentate on the revamped Tower of Madness and Tower of Noticeable Infuriation as I was playing that. Okay, then. Well, let's continue what I was talking about there. Oh, glad to see they made that an actual button. Because what was even going on before? Okay. So I'm just going to kind of restart this. I won't re-say everything, but... Okay, so... On February 1st, 2025, was the All-State Band auditions. Please don't fling me. Thank you. Well, technically it's an audition for 2 different honor bands. There's District Honor Band and All-State Honor Band. So this varies by well, okay, so the state is divided into several districts depending on, like, how many there are depends on the state, I suppose, but, each district is several counties. How many counties depends on, like, population density. You know, if there are a whole bunch of schools in one county, then there won't be that many in the district. Why does that matter? It doesn't. You can forget I said that. But anyway, so technically this audition is for your chair placement. Come on. Can I not wall hop? Did they remove that? Why did they remove that? Thought I just had a skill issue. Well, that's just great. Okay. Better not fail these outsides because there's no way back in unless I spend 10 minutes trying to figure out how to corner dance clip thing. Anyways, okay. So how well you do in the All-State audition determines your placement in District Honor Band, which happens in, like, late February. This year, that was Friday and yesterday. Ooh, scary. Okay, cool. So, I had gotten second chair district. All previous years I had done this, but this year I was like, I could definitely get first chair if I just play the etude well and don't get super nervous. Which is much easier said than done because it's like the most nerve-wracking thing ever. But, well, all I did was just breathe like 8 times before I started playing it. So, yeah, then I did the etude. I did the whole audition near perfectly, and I got first chair, and that was very epic. Okay, then for All-State, which is an honor band with band students from all of the state, get it? this also varies by district and instrument. But for me, it's that I have to, well, okay. For trumpet, it's that, for trumpet in my district, it was that you have to get into All-State, you have to place within the top 6 at the district auditions. And space, like, chairs 1 and 2 go to the top All-State band. Chairs 3 and 4 go to the next one. Chairs 5 and 6 go to the next one. So that's how that works. So yeah, so having gotten second chair every time, I was always in the top band, red band. Oh, right, I gotta go out here first. But then to determine your chair placement within, like, okay, so having gotten into red band, that just means I'm in red band. It does not determine where within red band that I placed. That will be determined by later online audition, which is super annoying and I hate it. It uses this stupid app that doesn't work at all, and I'd love to complain to you about it. Okay, so one time, the day this thing was due, this was like one of the first years they were using this stupid app. So I got like an email from the band director. It's like, I forgot to send you this to tell you to do this online audition, and it's due at 11:59 tonight. I was like, great. Okay. So the audition for that is just one of the etudes from the main audition in, well, it's actually usually in January. This year it was February 1st, though. So yeah, I had to, like, re-practice that up in, like, 5 hours only, and then record the audition. So the way this app works is you get, or the way it's supposed to work, let me say, is you get 3 attempts to make a recording, and then you can just, like, choose to submit the one you liked the best. But you can't redo, like, it. So you get 3 attempts, that's it. Hold on. Let me just do this right. Because if I miss this, it's all over. Okay, so this app works okay on a phone. It really doesn't work, though. It's so bad. But at this point, I didn't actually have a phone, so I used my iPad. But no one told me, because everyone just has a phone, but not me at this time, that if you try to use this app on an iPad, it does not work at all. Like, it was crashing constantly. I kept clicking the start recording button. It just would crash the whole app. It didn't use any attempts when it did that, but it was still so annoying. Then it would be like 20 minutes since I last played when it finally decided it was going to work. So all my recordings were terrible, and I got like 10th chair, I think, out of like 16. So, yeah, that was annoying. Roro Studios, did they remove, and they did remove it, and fun fact, it made Rising Lava modifier near impossible. On neat, I guess. The Gulf of Roro Studios, yes. Where can I propose that we change the name of the Gulf of America to Gulf of Roro, or Gulf of Among Us? Isn't there a Gulf of California, too? We can call that one Gulf of Among Us. That way we can have both of them, and everybody wins. Okay, so that was one year I used this app that doesn't work. But kind of the main thing with these online auditions is I don't get the right kind of, like, stakes. I mean, yes, it is the stakes for where I place in the honor band, but it's just like, oh, that could have been bad, okay. But it's just like, in my house, and I just start a recording, and then I just do terribly. Yeah, so that's always annoying. It's not the same kind of thing, like, at all. And thus, in another time I did that, well, okay, one time I did this, it was in middle school, where it works a little bit differently. Oh, no. No. Why did it do that? Great, okay, we're going back down here. In that, it's if you make, like, top 6 trumpets in district band, you just get into All-State, and then everyone, like, from all the districts just, like, auditions kind of against each other, so you can make either the lower band or the higher band if you make All-State. So I got like 10th chair in the higher band in middle school. Bleh. Wait, hold on. This is already activated. I can just jump up here. Well, that's good. Later on, however, it is that you make red band and then you do the audition to determine where within red band. So, like, yeah. So I got second to last chair one year and then third to last chair another year. So it's like, okay. There's like no way I get first chair red band, which would mean I'm the top trumpet player in the entire state. In theory. But I feel like I can definitely do better than third to last chair. Come on. Thus, the goal is to get like at least like 10th chair. This year. Now that I've done this like 4 times on this stupid app that doesn't work, I feel pretty confident in how to set it up. I got like the inside scoop of what the first chair person did for their audition. They like recorded with their phone far away at like a church or something. So they had like immaculate tone, which is stupid that they would even judge that on crappy phone cameras. But what are you going to do about it? So yeah, I'm going to do that too, or try to use like a good microphone, which of course the stupid app is going to make that way harder than it needs to be, or something. So yeah, we'll see. Goal is at least like 10th chair, or at least not like third to last. Is anyone even, I mean, maybe you guys like hearing me yap about this, who knows? Wait, is this different? Did they change this too? No, I think it's the same. Never mind. Okay. So that's how that works. Anyway. That's for All-State, or that's for District Honor Band, and that's for All-State Concert Band. For All-State Jazz, which this year was Thursday, January 23rd through Saturday, January 25th. That one, the audition is a bit different. So instead of, like, a high-pressure audition as the other one is, this one's a lot more chill. You do submit a recording that you record, but it's not on the stupid app that doesn't work. Oh, they nerfed this too. That's cool. You can just, like, you get infinite attempts recording and editing it together with your own software, which I'm an excellent editor and recorder, I would think. So, yeah. Although that's also kind of annoying too, because it's like, I feel like hold on. I have to make a near perfect recording for that. Because it's like, I get infinite attempts, so wouldn't it just be a waste of that ability to not submit a near perfect recording? So then I have to try to get a near perfect recording, and that gets super annoying super fast. Especially with the clock going off constantly, and I was just like, whenever I'm within like 5 minutes of a 15-minute like clock interval where it's gonna do that in the background, I just have to stop. So that means I only can do like 60% efficiency. It's so annoying. But yeah. Anyway, I auditioned for All-State Jazz this year and the previous year. But it's harder to get into All-State Jazz than into just All-State, because to get into All-State Concert Band, you just have to place like top 6 within your district. Or maybe not top 6 in every district, but that is for me. But for All-State Jazz, you're up against the entire state. So you have to place like top 15. So it's placing top 15 in the state as opposed to placing top 6 within like a fifth of the state. And thus getting into All-State Jazz is more difficult. But well, I did this year. I was second chair in the lowest band, which means I was like 11th overall. And while at All-State Concert Band, the top band is red band, then white band, then blue band, because Murica, at All-State Jazz, it's gold band, silver band, bronze band. So I was in bronze band. Yeah. But like I said, it was still really fun. You know, it doesn't really matter what band you're in, but at the concert, though, the silver band, the second one, actually played like 2 songs that I had previously played, so it'd be like kind of boring to replay those, especially because I'd probably be like last chair. But again, it's a jazz band, so it doesn't feel quite the same as being last chair in a concert band. That being said, it's really annoying to play the same piece you've played before on a lower part, because it's like, I want to play the harder part, because I know it. On a higher part, though, that's fine, but yeah. So honestly, I would have preferred being in bronze band than silver band. In this instance, of course, I didn't know that until the concert, so whatever. Anyways, so that was the first of 5 weekends in a row. The next one was the All-State auditions. Then it was a different honor band. This one does have an audition, but it works a little bit differently. You, like, apply for it, and then, you, like, get accepted or not. Yeah, you don't, like, audition for that, but then you do audition for where you're gonna place there. So, there are 3 bands there. There's the top one, and then there's, like, 2 equal lower ones. So, basically, if you place, like, top 5 trumpets, again, this depends on instrument, but you place, like, top 5, and you will get in the top band, and then they go, like, trumpet 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, they, like, alternate. So, like, 6 goes to the first lower band, 7 goes to the second lower band, 8th goes to the first lower band, 9th, so, like, it's, like, alternating, basically. So I suppose technically that means one of them is slightly better, quote unquote, than the other, but it's, like, basically equal. That's the idea here. So I got first chair in one of the lower bands at that, with a not great audition, because I had barely practiced it to focus on the All-State one, because, well, these happen, like, 5 days apart, so everyone procrastinates the etude for this honor band. The one that was, when was it? February 6th through 8th. So, yeah. It was still fun, though, and that was cool. Next weekend, it was on February 14th, Friday, February 14th. Although, as I said earlier, referring to Thursday through Saturday, I mean, as the weekend seems a bit wrong, but whatever. I could see after school on Friday, that counts as the weekend, right? So that's when this was. So it was basically this, like, fundraiser thing where people can, like, eat dinner while also listening to the jazz band at the school play. Although this didn't take place at the school. Yes, so that one I'm already, like, first chair there. So that was fun. My friend and I also played Time Lock 6, the song I made, which is written for a full concert band and is catastrophic difficulty. So we basically played it as a trumpet duet with, like, a few different parts from it. It wasn't the cleanest run ever, but it was still good. I cannot see anything. There we go. There's a truss over here. And then, finally, yesterday and the day before was District Honor Band, where, as we established earlier, when I did the All-State auditions, I placed first chair. It was very epic. Then I have 3 weeks off. Then there's something else for 5 weeks, again, starting on Saturday, March 22nd. Also, where do I go? I have 4 gore. Oh, over here. So that was extreme yapping. We're just about done with Tower of Killjoys now. Then what? Tower of Keyboard Eating? Yeah, when do I want to open the voice channel in the Discord? I did that last week when I got to Tower of Keyboard Eating. I think I'll do that when I get to Tower of Stress this time. You know, when I complete the intermediate towers. Which begins with this one. Taki. What was the thing I was going to do for our break after I complete these 3? Okay, so I did music showcase that I was working on. I was going to do a Duolingo lesson at some point in a Q&A session. Okay, Duolingo lesson will be after I complete this, then I'll open the voice channel, then we'll do a Q&A session on the next one, and then we'll do the read the funny history research paper during the kill brick maze on Tower of Impossible Expectations, because that uses a lot of healing, so that would be perfect for that. They should make the music of this tower be just Roro yapping. Oh yeah, that would be great. So yeah, am I on... I don't know. I don't know if I'm on a gooder or worser pace than last week. Was I over an hour into the run when I got to Tower of Keyboard Eating? I could check. I don't feel like it. Can someone else do it? I've stopped unlisting streams after they're done, which I did before, but now I don't. Which is there any point in leaving them it kind of doesn't matter. I mean, I don't think anyone watches them anyway. Like after, like the VODs, video on demands of the whole stream. But it's like, I may as well just leave them visible. Like you can see, I think on like phone and iPad, if you look at your subscription page and look at my channel, you'll see them. But since they're now in a separate like tab on the main channel page, I'm like, they're not really causing any problems being there, so I may as well just leave them, because they're not like interrupting all the videos. That's another thing about YouTube Shorts that's annoying, is like they just look like randomness. Like on the subscription page, like you go to your subscription on like phone and then look at the channel, you'll see everything including like shorts. And because you can't upload a thumbnail, they just look like, it's just like a random frame from the video. I'm like, I don't care. And it's like fit into a horizontal frame. They like fit a vertical picture in a horizontal frame. It just like looks like random stuff I don't care about, even though it might well be good. So really, I do think you should be able to make a, what about you can make a vertical and horizontal thumbnail for your YouTube short. That way, it makes everyone's happy. Even me with this oddly specific complaint. Like, is it really that hard to add? You literally could do that before. They used to let you do that. Make a horizontal thumbnail for a short. Then they made it so that you can't change it at all. And it just chooses a random frame, and if you don't like it, well, so be it. Then they made it so that you can select any frame from the video, but only if you upload it from your phone, and only while you're uploading it. So that would mean I'd have to very convolutedly upload the video to Google Photos, download it on my phone, then upload it from my phone to Google, or to YouTube. That'd be really stupid and probably lost some quality in doing so. But now, what you can do is upload it from your computer and then change the thumbnail on your phone, which is still kind of stupid, but whatever. It's better than nothing. And what you could theoretically do is just put like one random frame as the thumbnail you want, and then just choose that. But that's still kind of stupid. Like, why can't we just upload it like we were literally able to before? Similar to how we were literally able to make text polls have 5 options and then just removed it for no reason. Like, you literally still have the code that supports it for old community posts that do that. I got to Tower of Keyboard Eating at 46 minutes last time. Oh, okay, then I'm on slower pace this... Wait, well, because I had a whole nother tower that I had to do. Still, it did not take me 20 minutes, so I am on slower pace. But you know what? That's okay. As long as, like, I still don't feel too tired. This barely feels like this has been an hour and 13 minutes and 37, almost, seconds. So yeah, I'm still not very tired. So yeah, this is going well. We'll see if I end up loop failing Tower of True Skill, though. And I've also not played Citadel of Laptop Splitting since I beat it, pretty much. So that'll be interesting. Okay. MMLRLMRRL. Make sure that's right. MMLR. MMLRL. Yes. MRRL. Yes. Middle. Oh, wait. Okay, if I did that wrong. Middle, left, right. That was middle, left, right. Then left, middle, right, left. Left, middle, right, left. Yes, okay. Left, middle, right, izquierda. Yay! And this is floor 9, isn't it? Yeah, I have one floor left after this one. And we're almost done with this floor already. I found the location of Silent Abyss in real life? No way. Okay. Floor 9 starts now. I mean, floor 10 starts now. It's pretty easy. The last jump's a little weird with the half stud thing, but I'm pretty solid on it. Hand hitter thingy. Do they nerf that? Do they make that one smaller than that one rather than the other way around? I don't know. Alright, there's also this weird tightrope thing. It's not too bad, though. Oh, and I see they made the... This might have been like this, I don't know. But they made it so the platform continues a bit past where it kind of needs to. Like, see how that extends a little bit beyond there? That way I can better get on there and line myself up for here. That makes that easier, I guess. Half stud, climb up a ladder. Or, wait, there is no half stud. I don't know why I said that. It's the half stud tightrope and then a sort of long jump. Alright, I was going to open the voice chat. What if I don't want to right now? I hope you don't fail Tower of Rage 7 outside. So scary. There's an outside on Tower of Rage. That's what I was asking. Okay, what was I going to do now? Oh, yeah, I was going to do my Duolingo lesson. Alright. Okay. Max volume, unlike my alarms. Okay. Starting the express wants and need unit. Eos salen a cenar. Cenar is a new word meaning to eat dinner. That's gonna mean they... What? Salen. What does that mean again? Go out. What? I guess they go out to dinner. Yay. ¿A dónde quieres ir a cenar esta noche? We want to go to lunch. We want to go out, I guess, for lunch. Yay. Me gustaría. Yay. Tu madre te enseña a nadar. It's gonna be... Wait. Is your mother teaching you to swim? Yay. Dad is teaching you to drive. Why don't you want to learn? Pues porque soy perezoso. Well, because I'm lazy. What is this sentence? Are you learning to draw? Are you learning to draw? Yo estoy aprendiendo a bailar salsa. When are we starting to study? When do we begin to study? Empezamos a trabajar en una fábrica el lunes. Yay.
Es la 1. Empezamos a cocinar el almuerzo.
Wait, it is 1 o'clock. Are we going to start to cook lunch? Pues yo quiero salir a comer al restaurante nuevo. Well, I want to go out to eat at the new restaurant.
Nunca te ayudo a lavar la ropa.
I never help you wash clothes. To wash clothes. Every morning I help Carolina with brushing hair. She has long hair, okay? Sometimes I help my grandmother to work in the garden. Was sabes? Do you know? What? Pues puedes ayudar en mi jardín también? No. Almost done. I want to learn to fly a plane. That would be. I want to learn. What is to fly? It's volar. Okay. Un avión. The birds have to learn to fly. Los pájaros tienen que to learn to fly. Yay. So loud. Okay, I think this is the last one. That bird is learning to fly. Aquel pájaro está aprendiendo a volar. Yay, I did the lesson. Okay, that is a 188-day streak on Duolingo. This is riveting. Okay, Tower Stress time. I'm gonna go this way this week, unlike last time, because it was kind of annoying going the other way. Because this route is easier, even though it might be slightly longer. But clearly I don't think going fast is a big concern right now. Okay. One time I was playing Ring 1 when someone bought VM and beat every tower with it. Well, hey, they're supporting the game. Yes. We're taking the unnecessarily risky shortcut, because why not? I like to live on the edge, apparently. Jump there, jump there. Nice. I definitely should not do that. That is not worth it, but it is when I do it right. Which if I just go slowly, I'm decently consistent at it. Now climb up the ladder, and then there's these semi-transparent blocks. Wait, didn't this used to be invisible? I think it did. Apparently it's not anymore. What are people saying in the Discord? Not much. Okay, floor 4. Wasn't this tower difficult at one point? It used to be challenging, and then they made it difficult, and then they made it challenging again. Yeah, it definitely should be challenging, because Well, when I completed this the first time, I made like a practice video recording that, and it was really bad, and I never planned to post it, but it holds a special place in my heart for that. So it should be challenge of difficulty. Yes. Do those backwards, because why not? Evidently, I'm too lazy to turn the camera around. Wait, isn't there a shortcut you can do here? It's like jumping straight to there. Oh, yeah, well, we're going this way now. I forgot that shortcut existed. We're on Tower 8 of 13 also, so that's cool. Of course, the hardest challenges of the Tower Rush are very much yet to come, including what is practically sight reading all of Citadel of Laptop Splitting. Not really, though, but I just haven't played it since I did its video a very long time ago. So, yeah. We do a wrap thingy, and then I go this way, right? Yay. And then we get to where the difficulty increases on this part, where I can take some probably unnecessarily risky shortcuts. But, well, what's the fun in not doing that? Also, I noticed they removed the Christmas event ship thing. So is the Christmas event over now? I guess it probably is. It is February, after all. But, like, we can always have a Christmas in July event. Even though that's several months from now still. But what do you know? I'm also at 8 of 13 on the Tower Rush. Wait, 8 of 13? Like 13-8, my favorite time? No, dude, come on. 13-8, my favorite time signature? I don't see why nobody likes that. Scary. Let me not miss an easy jump this time around. Okay, cool. Next floor. You know, when I did Tower of Keyboard Yeeting as its original video, that's really bad. For some reason, I thought it would be a good idea to include that month of September 2020 like Roblox promo codes. Why did I do that? That was so pointless. There's no need for that. But, well, I did that. Although I've edited the video now to remove that rather useless beginning to it. But still, like, why is that there? Nobody knows. But hey, if at least one person learned that you can do that who didn't know previously, which there probably wasn't, then I'd say that's a success. Just like how I hope I do this jump right, because if I don't, everything goes down the drain. As long as I just jump is the main thing. It's always scary. Okay. Roro, if you fail the long trust jump, I will play Tower of the Planets. Oh, I didn't see that until then. Ooh, what's that? Is that a secret area? No, that's a tree. It was like the same color, though. Alright, well, now we got the long trust climb. We'll just sit around for a minute. Contemplate life. With the music, I always like this part, because it's like, you get to just hear the lobby music, which is so chill as you just hold W for like a whole minute. And then you just keep climbing for a little bit. Do you climb at 16 studs per second? Like how you jump at, or how you walk at 16 studs per second? Probably. So if you want to do the math of how tall you're climbing, probably about 80 studs, which is half of 160, so it'd be the time to climb 160 studs, which would be... No, 10... What? Never mind. Anyway, you hear this song come back on, and you're like, alright, you're just right back into the tower. Let's take a listen. Then if this makes it in the video, then I'll do the funny copyright claim edit. Yes, I will. If I beat the Tower Rush today, I will definitely make this into a video. Might post it like next Saturday or something. Maybe if I just put the Ring 5 on hold, which, well, clearly it's not even anywhere near done. Oh, why does it take so long to edit? Is this the final floor? Yes. That's good. Then I will begin Tower of Screen Punching. I love all the destructive tower names. Tower of Keyboard Yeeting, Tower of Phone Smashing, Tower of Screen Punching, Tower of, or Steeple of Wall Punching, Steeple of Uninstalling Roblox. I think there are more. Just do it after Ring 5. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the right solution, but I don't want to go, like, 3 months without posting videos. Although it wouldn't be that long. It would maybe be, like, 2 months, though, which is kind of ridiculous. But yeah, I know you guys want to play Ring 5. I am much aware. Alright. Tower of Screen Punching. Number 9 of 13. Nine of 13, yes. Oh, and then I still have the Tower of Impossible Expectations outside to look forward to. Of course, I, practiced that, but it will still be extremely scary, knowing what happened last week. And then spinnies. Oh, yeah, I've kind of failed at this a little bit last week. Let's hope that doesn't happen this time. I, like, fell a few times. Same for Tower of Rage, too. I ended up falling there, too. So let's try not to do any major fails. Hopefully the ones on, like... There's, like, one on... What fails have there been so far? Not many, honestly. There's one, like, on Tower of Madness that wasn't that bad. It was, like, one floor. That's all I can think of at the moment. It's been a while. It's been 90 minutes. And there goes that clock again. I love it so much. Should I try speedrunning a tower? One time I was trying to speedrun this tower. Oh yeah, and then be ready for that. The falling part. I mean, there are plenty of towers that have no submitted runs. Like a Tower of Conflicting Frontiers in Zone 6. That whole run is recorded because I streamed it, and it was, like, so terrible because I fell on the last 2 floors. I was loop failing for, like, 30 minutes because they're, like, soul-crushing for no reason. Nonetheless, if I submitted that and anyone wanted to review it, it would get first place, actually. Then I could say I have a world record. Although I couldn't get the speedrunner role in the Discord server for this game, though, because it has to have at least, like, 5 submissions. But what if everyone else, what if, like, 4 of you guys agreed to do an even worse run and then submit those 2? That way I get first place. Don't do that. This is not an endorsement for that. That was a joke. But, like, actually, should I try to speedrun something? Citadel of Quadrilaterals might be fun to speedrun well. Yes, for a tower to be fun to speedrun. Let's see, that means you don't want a bunch of annoying client objects you have to wait for. Or go, like, extremely fast to get a good cycle on or anything like that. What was I talking about? Yeah, but like Citadel of Quadrilaterals, if you speedrun it well, and we ignore the inevitable loop failing on like the first floor, that could be fun. Maybe the same could be true of Tower of Wall Hugging, which I said in a very old video, its original completion video. It's a lot of healing though, so I don't really know how well that would work for a speedrun. Are healing items allowed? Maybe. Or is it like a separate category to do it with items? Let's also remember there's a falling part coming up, and it's right here. Now we have a scary outside. Oh boy. One wrong move, and I think it actually is all over, because even, like, you know, there's that thing against the corner, or of the, I like the bottom of floor 1, so I don't think I even could dance clip back in. Or I might get, like, stuck between it and the wall. Oh, I wish I hadn't have thought about that too much. Now I'm even more stressed out here. But, well, I'm pretty solid on this outside. Yeah, I'm pretty much done now. Only thing that could really go wrong is perhaps like that. Or this jump back inside, which is a little bit... I don't like it. And this jump is weird, too. Even though it shouldn't be. It's not that hard. I just did that 3 times out of 3. But I feel like it's not going to let me on the platform for some reason. That's not a conveyor, right? It's not. Okay. Why does Tower of Screen Punching have 9 floors? No one knows. Although I think the reason is the builder, OpenTune, just forgot to add a 10th floor. Then at one point they did have just like a 10th floor added, but then they removed it again. Which I think we should have this have 9 floors. Because it's so iconic for that, you know? The tower that has 9 floors for some reason. Though there's also Tower of Oblivion now. But I saw someone saying, actually it does have 10 floors, it's just you can't see one of them. Because it's like underground. It's like, yeah, it's about as enough, it's enough gameplay to count as a floor, sure, but... You know, having built Tower of the Planets, which is 10 floors, yet it's extremely long. Not like the actual length extremely long. The actual length, I guess, based on this game's length indicators, would be inhumanely long, because it's like 2 hours long. Well, like 90 minutes or so. Epic skip. And floor 8. Yes. Yeah, Open counted the floors wrong. How do you even mess that up, though? There's only 10 of them. Can I high jump up there? Surely. Maybe I shouldn't try that anymore before I get, like, fall off that one stud ledge. I think that's kind of unlikely. I also need to make sure I don't die. Funny skip. This part's a bit weird, too. And now just make sure I don't die once again. And there we go. Final floor. Which is a bit awkward with, like, half studs and things. Beginning with a few one-stud poles, and then we have the weird invisible parts where this goes against the corner of the thing. And then there's, like, an even more invisible part. It is one stud in the middle there. Cool. And then this makes an S shape. Weird way of doing that. Well, I didn't feel like turning my camera, apparently. Then we got 2 semi-transparent kill bricks there. Then this, I think you can just walk straight across. I'm going to jump towards the middle, though, anyway. Nice. Then, tightrope. It did give us a secret ending, though. This I did not know. Well, no, I think I did know there was a secret ending. I didn't know it had anything to do with a 10th floor. I need to do some secret endings one of these days. I gotta do the Citadel of laptop splitting one. But isn't that just like finding a whole bunch of click buttons throughout the entire Citadel? And it's like really annoying. Like, I would not have the patience to deal with that. I'd just watch a video. And at that point, how secret is it really? But what if I watch a bunch of videos and then just memorize where they all are? Then I'm not just following along with a video. So it's not exactly the same, I would think. But then I'd also probably forget one. I'd be fine following a video. I do know that the secret ending, you have to click all the thingies, and then you do, like, 2 floors at the end with no safety net, where if you fall, you lose everything. But, I mean, the Citadel's not that long. It's like, hold on, why am I going this way? Whatever, it works. I think. Let me go to the edge of here, jump down to here, make sure I don't die, go up here, and there's a wind pad. Very nice. Tower of Rage at 100 minutes into the run. So let's get started. Alright, I have to worry about Tower of Impossible Expectations. The threat of that floor 8 outside is still looming in the distance. I can see it over there. Well, I can't see the outside, it's on the other side of the tower, but you know what I mean. Maybe. Why is TOCH peak mid, except that the one jump of floor 3? What is CH? I have no idea what that tower is. Berry Blast speedrunning. Definitely not an advertisement. I'm working on a TOCE speedrun. First 2 floors faster than world record. I have to remember what TOCE is, which I don't. So, that's great. I could do, like, I could find a tower that has, like, a few runs submitted, but, like, the world record run is, like, I could do better than that with enough practice, so that could be fun. Not super high stakes needed, or, like, not frame perfect precision needed for a better time, but, yeah. I knew that was going to happen. I shouldn't have been going that fast. And now I fell to the bottom. Great. It's Tower of Cold Hands. I knew that. Okay. Why is Tower of... Exactly. Hello there. That one jump on Tower of Cold Hands. Yeah. The weird RNG gets you flung jump. Like the final jump on Tower of True Skill. Which I just remembered I have to worry about that too. Great. Is there any crazy punishing outsides or anything on Citadel of laptop splitting? I don't think there are. Well, there is that outside on the pink floor, which is like floor 11, I think. Just remember there are 17 floors in the Citadel. That's great. But, it's not that hard. Let me try going a little bit slower. And by that I mean exactly the same speed. Except maybe while going around this curve, because it's kind of a tight curve. That's a bit awkward. No, don't. Bad. No. Okay, we're gonna go nice and slow on this last part. Cool. Okay. Ooh, save. Cool. I saved it. Went the wrong way for a bit on the tightrope, though, but it's worth it for the save. Let's try that again. Try to do the easy one studs, please. Without any fails. Then I can just head her up. Okay, cool. They nerfed this. That's interesting. I wonder if I could still just go straight across. I don't know. Is it just me, or are they further apart? Cool. And then we're coming up on the hardest part of Tower of Rage, which would be the weird spinners. And then I always just do the tightrope on this because it's a little bit awkward trying to jump on the other blocks. Okay, now jump to there. My camera zoomed out weirdly. That was not good. Okay, turn. 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 Nice. Okay. Then last week I failed to jump on top of this part here that everyone skips. There we go. I did it that time. And make sure I don't die again. Is it just me, or do kill bricks deal like a lot of damage now compared to what they perhaps once did? Then wait for a good cycle of these. I think I did that wrong. Hold on. Retry. Yeah, I want where they match up, like right there. So I think I want here. Yes, that way I can jump to it over the safety net. Then these are all falling parts, and then just go diagonally as necessary. Okay. Why don't I VM to the wind pad? Genius! Why didn't I think of that? Oh wait, I don't have 5,000 Robux to buy it. Well, I could buy it. I don't know. It just seems like such a waste of $50. And it would devalue my win, I feel like, knowing that I could have just used VM. Even though that's really not true, but still, I wouldn't really want to have VM. And it's not really worth it for just the occasional screenshots. What would be nice is if I could remember to take the occasional screenshot. Hold on, let me get one with these in their opposite positions. There we go. A bit more visually interesting. Probably won't use that in the thumbnail or anything. You know, when I make this a video, which I will, if I beat it, which hopefully I will. Got a wrap around there on the shadow part. No shadow wraps on the rest of that block. Then some one studs. Then let me go onto there. Yay, I did it. Imagine how hard that last part of the shadows would be if you didn't have the semi-transparent blocks there. Ooh, scary. Yeah, that's the thing with shadow sections, is if you put them on, like, an easier tower where it makes sense to put the shadow blocks but make them semi-transparent, well, everyone's just gonna look at the semi-transparent blocks, so, like, yeah. It's like, is there even a point in putting the shadows there? It's almost kind of just for design at that point. Tower of Noticeable Infuriation is definitely better than Tower of Stress. Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. When I was playing that earlier, I was saying I do like the sort of hybrid modern and classic style. And by that I mean a modern tower built with a classic style, but it's good. Like, if you do it right, which they do, you know, it fits the classic style while still being fun and, you know, good gameplay as modern towers would have. It, like, combines what everyone loves about classic towers, which is pretty much just the design, isn't it? The minimalist design, with good gameplay of modern towers. Can I just jump to there? I think I can. Yes. It's also not entirely minimalist when they build these hybrid towers. Like, there's a good amount of design for keeping it classic, so they did a good job at that. Same goes for the Tower of Madness revamp. Okay, so now I'm basically done with the tower. I mean, I've got this part, which is not that hard. It just, as long as I don't rush it. The hardest thing is trying to figure out my route, which I can never remember, so I always just... Wait, did they make these tightropes bigger? I think they might have. Okay, as I recall, I went this way, and then, like, up there, and then, like... Yeah, I'm not very confident that that's the way I went. I'm pretty sure I did go this way, though. Tap, 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 tap. There's like one, what'd you say? Holy. So true. Okay, so if I go up here, and then I go over there, then I go over here, and like, I could riskily jump onto there, but it goes like right over there, so that could be okay. Then I can just make my way up to there. Okay. So that's the route. Now I just gotta remember what that was. That was... Is there another way on here, though? Wait, if I backtrack and go this way... Wait, that doesn't connect. Never mind. Wait, is it... What? Yeah, I don't know if these are, like, separate. Do they connect at all? Or is it, like, two separate nets? Okay, we're just gonna go with going this way and up here. And I'm gonna make my way to there. Then jump up to there, and then it's easy from there. Okay. So now let's do that. Ooh, I didn't realize there was that above me. Does it serve any use to me, though? Can I use it to skip anything? No. This is just my strat for this final floor. Slow and steady wins the race. Except it's not a race. So just slow and steady. Slow and steady wins the tower rush. And also ghost these tight ropes, as in zoom your view out a little bit so they don't have so much glow on them. Okay, then I just need to carefully center myself on there, which is fine. Then what was the route? Go that way? Yes. Going along here. I could take an unnecessarily risky shortcut, yet I will not, because unnecessarily risky. Like I said, slow and steady. Or really just looking ahead, isn't it? Cool. Oh boy. It's time for the scary tower. As in, it's not too bad until the outside, where it's very stressful. Let's also remember, pretty much if I fail any outside, since I don't know how to dance corner clip, we're in trouble here. Roro, I must inform you, you are on the 11th tower, Tower of Impossible Expectations of the Tower Rush. Average Tower of Rage floor 10 experience. Alright, I was going to do something now that I finished the intense tower, or the whatever they were. Advanced towers. What was that gonna be? Oh yeah, a Q&A session. Okay. I mean, honestly, I'm fine with just continuing along here. But you guys can ask me questions. Probably in the stream chat, since I'm looking at that more. Although I guess you could in the Discord too. I probably won't see it though. So ask me some questions in the chat. Do I like mustard? Yes. Although I wouldn't eat it alone. Obviously, I'd want it with something. Which I think most people could agree with. Favorite Area 3 tower? What's Area 3? Do you mean Ring 3 or Zone 3? What's the first day of the week? Right answer, Sunday. Yes, Sunday is the first day of the week. Because it's on the far left of the calendar. And it still makes sense that it's called weekend, because it's either end of the week. See? Saturday is the actual last day of the week. Sunday is the first day of the week. But the work week begins on Monday and goes through Friday. And then Honor Band weekend begins on Wednesday. And ends on Saturday. So I don't know what even is Sunday. Monday is the first on the calendar for me. This is surely not a difference of country. Definitely not. What will be the last tower you beat before you quit JTOH, if I do quit? Does that mean final tower I complete, like, at all? Or, like, what will be my final new completion? I guess I'll answer both. Well, you probably mean final new completion. I don't know. Hopefully it would be something that's, like, my new hardest. I don't know if I'll ever quit this game. Hopefully I won't. I don't know. I might get bored eventually, but I haven't yet. And I probably won't soon. See, you make it look so easy to do the corner dance clip thing. Yet I can never figure it out. But I'm going to have to learn if I end up falling an outside but land on the tower island. But also I can't do that on Tower of True Skill because the frame is weird for no reason. Alright, let's do those half studs carefully. They're a bit weird. But, my final tower, I mean, why not just say Tower of Cruel Punishment or Tower of Spiraling Fates? High jump. I mean, at that point, I'd be fine, because having completed the hardest tower in or outside of the main game. But that's not going to happen anytime soon. But I could just, like, practice up my skill very well. I just don't have that kind of time. One of these days, I need to do a new hardest. Yeah, like, what should I do after... Like, what should my next hardest soul crushing be? Currently, it's Tower of Thinning Layers. My first extreme in JTOH will be Tower of Astral Eclipse, which is base extreme. And so is Tower of the Planets, so whichever one I decide to do first will be my first extreme. And they're the same difficulty, basically. But is Tower of Astral Eclipse just, like, a test of skill in the way that, like, Tower of True Skill or Tower of Inevitable Failure are? With, like, not a ton of client objects, and it's not, like, super long either. Maybe that question isn't particularly clear, but maybe you know what I mean. You know, like Citadel of Heights and Depths isn't so much a test of endurance, or a test of skill, but one of endurance. It's intense difficulty, but really the gameplay is only, like, challenging at highest. Anyone tell him to step on kill bricks on floor 8 outside? Yes, I know I'm gonna do that. I didn't do that last week, and that was a big mistake. TOAE has a lot of client objects. I mean, that's not necessarily meaning it's not a test of skill, but, like, I don't even know what would make it not be. Let me ask this. What do you think makes Tower of Astral Eclipse deserve its difficulty of baseline extreme? Alright, I gotta deal with this part. I want to go down slightly. Come on. How do I get... It doesn't even... Okay. Can I just, like, move smoothly along here? Yes. Then I just gotta time it just right. And... Oh, Sherry. Yeah. Took a little bit more damage there than I would have liked. Let me sit here and heal for a second. I've been impaled. GeoAE doesn't have too much. Just kidding. Because it was my first extreme. Very good argument. Yes, that makes perfect sense as to why it's extreme. Keep in mind, I've never seen a video of Tower of Astral Eclipse either. So, like, I know nothing about it except that it's in Zone 8. And I think it's like a pick-a-path tower, right? You get to take, like, one of 2 paths for, like, the entire tower. I think that's how that works. Maybe that's a different tower I'm thinking of, but I think it's Tower of Astral Eclipse. Correct me if I am incorrect. Okay, so then here I want to go on the visible platforms, not the semi-transparent ones, because they try to make you think you'd be taking a shortcut when you go on the invisible parts, but actually you're taking the longer route if you do that. Oh my gosh, I just remembered we're approaching the outside. My heart rate is slowly beginning to increase. Also, we've passed the 2-hour mark into this run. Can I high jump there? Yes. Then here, I will just high jump, because that's easier. I guess I could wrap around too. Seems a bit unnecessarily risky, though, when I could just do this, although I could fail to do that too. Yeah, ain't no way I'm going on that, like, quarter stud. There we go. Tower of increasing stress. Yup. You need to be precise at some jumps, and there's an FS, final stretch. So there you go. See, I know funny abbreviations. Okay, and here we are on floor 8, the dreaded floor. But now that I know what I'm doing on the beginning part of floor 9, like before the big maze, I should be fine to not fail that. So I really just need to do the outside one time, and then we'll be good. Good to go. Until, I suppose, the last part of Tower of True Skill, or if I mess that up, we're in trouble. /E dance. Oh, I never cleared that. /E dance. Dance 2. First try. Yay. You just beat Citadel laptop splitting after 80 minutes. Good job. It's more stressful on 10 than 1. I'm at 8 outside on Tower of Impossible Expeditions, Tower Rush. Good luck. I'm going to be there shortly. And then this says, hello, you need help. Clearly. Here we go. Just don't do anything stupid, Roro. Have you failed this outside before? I have. Just don't die. Ooh, I did not like that. Let me just stand perfectly still and heal up a bit. No, 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 no. Healing item. Okay, thank you. Okay, we did it. Does that count as using a healing item? I'm gonna go with no because I wasn't taking damage. So I would have survived that anyway. Okay. Okay, then I got this part. Where I want to jump onto the kill brick right as it approaches it. I thought it was going to go the other way. Nice. Okay, why is this a different color? Is it semi or can Clyde false or something? I don't think it is. I think it's just a different color for no reason. That is fine. Okay. Now I'm basically done with TOIE. Okay, cool. Now, this is the part I was gonna read my research paper from history class. Where's the switch account button on Google? There it is. Okay. Give me a second to sign in on there. We gotta heal up anyway. Use trail mix? Nah. What did I call this Google Doc? Research paper. Will that make sense? I suppose. Okay. The paper is what I titled that part of the thing. Okay. Hold on. Let me go to this next part first. I remember the route from earlier. So just don't die. And hopefully I don't take damage while I'm alt-tabbed out. Okay. So this is entitled The Impact of Robert Goddard's Liquid-Fueled Rocket. The topic was explore one major achievement in technology and science during the 1920s and explain how it applied to society. Okay. For thousands of years, humans have studied the heavens above, analyzing the stars and galaxies of the universe. This fascination was passed down from our ancestors to our modern society. They believed celestial events like the phases of the moon and solar eclipses were messages from the gods. Ancient Greek astronomers tracked the movement of stars and planets across the sky. Isaac Newton described the gravity of motion of these bodies in the 17th century. Gustav Holst composed the planets in the 1910s as an elaborate musical representation of the planets of the solar system. Up to this point, however, it seemed that as beautiful as the universe was, sending man-made objects to space was an impossible task, and humans were never meant to leave planet Earth. That all changed when Robert Goddard successfully launched the first liquid-fueled rocket from Auburn, Massachusetts on March 16, 1926. His work with liquid fuel on rockets influenced technological, political, and societal advances throughout the 20th and 21st century. This is by laying the foundation for rocketry. I'm reading too fast. Then I just go a little bit further through this maze, and then I can read the next paragraph. By the way, this is 1,500 words, approximately. Which is like a tenth the length of the Ring 5 building video script. Robert Goddard was among the first rocket scientists, and his three most successful endeavors were those in gyroscopes, multi-stage fuel, and most importantly, liquid fuel. Liquid fuel was Goddard's idea for an alternative to solid fuel like gunpowder, which other scientists before him had used. Though reliable as a fuel source, solid fuel never came anywhere near powerful enough to thrust a rocket to space or even the upper atmosphere. Check that I'm not taking damage or anything. Goddard theorized that a liquid fuel would be much more powerful, and he proved this hypothesis with his successful rocket launch. His rocket did not reach outer space, but it still proved that sending a rocket to space was indeed possible, something of which the ancient Greeks could have only dreamed. About 30 years later, the first man-made satellite reached orbit, Sputnik, in 1957. I'm at full health, so let's continue. As he grew up in New England, Goddard enjoyed reading science and science fiction. He loved to learn about the technology that preceded modern rockets, like catapults used by the Chinese in battle, a torpedo that could be launched at enemy ships, and the first rockets used by the British against the United States in the War of 1812. The torpedo and rocket were similar in their fuel source, solid fuel. Am I taking damage? No. When Goddard read the works of Russian scientist Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, I think, that encouraged a manned vehicle propelled by a new fuel source, Goddard hypothesized the use of liquid fuel. By 1922, he had created a combustion chamber in which gasoline and liquid oxygen would mix together, generating thrust for a rocket. This was employed in his rocket launch on March 16, 1926. He called the rocket Nell, and the fuels burned for 20 seconds before the rocket took off, reaching an altitude of 41 feet and landing 184 feet away in only 2.5 seconds, in an average 60 miles per hour. Mission successful. Goddard had proved the possibilities of liquid fuel. Then go a little bit further through the maze. I feel like I'm going to take damage here for no reason. I'll make sure I Alt-Tab back. Roro, do you do British grading or American grading? What? Unfortunately, Goddard's work was met with much criticism in the press, claiming his efforts were a lost cause. Worse, most of these claims were based on a misunderstanding of Newton's third law, that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Outer space is a vacuum, meaning there are almost no particles to push against for an object to move, a role filled by the air on Earth. The misunderstanding was that the rocket would try to push against the vacuum to move, which would not work, but in reality, it was pushing against its exhaust from the fuel. The criticism persisted despite Goddard's experiments that proved a rocket could indeed move in a vacuum, which he detailed in his paper, A Method of Reaching Extreme Altitudes. Hold on, that's not the whole paragraph. Go a little bit further along through here. And continue reading. He created a vacuum chamber to simulate space, but in a finite container there will be rebound, meaning gas expelled from the rocket will bounce off the edge of the container and back towards the rocket. It was impossible to fully eliminate rebound, but Goddard proposed two methods of significantly reducing it. He wrote first of a, quote, disintegration method, whereby the stream is broken up into many small streams sent in all directions, i.e. virtually reconverted into heat. And secondly, a friction method, whereby the individual stream remains moving in one direction but is gradually slowed down by friction against a solid surface. Accurate results were obtained by the first method in what may be called the cylindrical tank, and these results were checked satisfactorily by the second method in what may be called the circular tank. End quote. I'm fully healed. Oh, hey, we're at the end. Should I keep reading? I'm like halfway done. Let me do that before I do Tower of True Skill. So let me go ahead and complete this first. So jump around to the back, climb up, and hope nothing goes wrong and I hit the insta-kill. Please. Yay. Here we go. Tower of True Skill. But first, let me finish reading this. Roro, is your name Roro? Yes. Roro, I must inform you, you're on the 12th Tower of True Skill of the Tower Rush. Good luck. Thank you. Okay. Continuing along, there's 4 paragraphs left. I'll read these It'll take like 2 minutes maybe. Despite the harsh public reception, in the years following his early work, Goddard received sufficient funding from a number of American institutions, and he directed further research in American rocketry. Scientists around the world took inspiration from him, particularly German scientists who created the V-2 rocket to use as a weapon in World War II. It was too late for the rocket to win the Axis powers of the war, but its successful creation was an important step in rocket science. Werner von Braun was one of the German scientists to create the V-2 rocket, and after the war he immigrated to the United States to help the American space program. In Fort Bliss, Texas, he and his team assembled and launched another V-2 rocket to study the upper atmosphere. When the Soviet Union launched the first man-made satellite, Sputnik, into orbit in 1957, he and his team responded by creating Explorer 1, the first American satellite. Von Braun is most notable, however, for his work on the Saturn V rocket that sent Americans to the moon in 1969. These significant breakthroughs in space exploration technology came about because of Goddard's work. How about I read like one paragraph and then do like a floor or two? There. Get the pacing right so that I don't lose too many viewers. Because, yeah. Well, okay, look, this is probably like the best paper I've ever written, isn't it? Like, this did get a 100 on it. And it was definitely because of the secret at the end. The very last sentence. You guys want to stick around for that. I'm not just saying that. Maybe I am. Okay. Well, I already fell once. That's okay. The main thing is I can't start loop failing too bad. Because if that happens, then we're in trouble. So let me just take it slow and steady before I'm frustrated. So just treat this like it's like my 5th time doing this first floor, even though it's a lot more than that. I say as I'm going too fast. What are you saying? On the corners? No, they're still like that. Yeah, like the corners on this frame are weird. I can't like it's like flat here. It's not like a corner I could dance corner clip through. Thus, if I fail the outside at the end, everything goes down the drain. Then after that, I gotta do the entirety of Citadel of laptop splitting. Lovely. That could take like a whole nother hour. And it's practically sight reading it too, because I haven't played it in so long. But I suspect my skills have greatly improved at this game since the first time I did Citadel of laptop splitting. Okay, now here, I like to use alignment and just jump to like... Yeah, that should be good. Cool. Okay. Let me tell you a little bit more of this history class for which I wrote this paper, which, by the way, was in the fall. So, like, a month ago it ended. Well, 2 months ago, because it's February now. Somehow. So it was like an online class, and it was like 90% reading. Oh, okay. So... basically, since it's an online class, there aren't, like, lectures. It would be reading the entire chapter of the textbook was the lecture, effectively. And it was so annoying because we would have, like, a reading quiz, and I hate reading quizzes because they're never well made. It's literally just, how many of these ultra-specific facts did you just so happen to write from the 1,000 sentences you just read? Like, you can take notes and use your notes on the quiz, but... like, what good is that gonna do when the questions are so specific? It'll be like, yeah, it was in the text, but why would I write down that when I'm reading 1,000 other sentences here? So for that reason, reading the whole chapter and taking notes would take, like, forever. Yeah. And, I mean, there was a little bit of stuff to help with the note-taking, because there would be... you'd have, like, a list of, like, terms, usually, like, 15 or so. They'd usually be, like, you know, in the textbook, like, the bolded terms that are in the glossary. Some of them were other things, too. But, yeah. But it wasn't just on those terms that the reading quiz questions were on. So that was indeed quite annoying. But eventually I started doing okay at them, getting, like, 90s or 95s on the reading quizzes, and I got a 100 on one of them. Nonetheless, it was, like, honestly RNG too. Like, too much of that. Because, like, it wasn't the same questions every time. You get 4 attempts at it, but each time it's like a new selected, I think it was like 20 questions out of a possible like 40. So sometimes you'd see the same question. And after you, why did I just do that? After you do each attempt, you can see what questions you missed, but you don't get to know what their answers were. So I just have to try to remember what I answered and then try to think what might the correct answer be. And that's if I get that same question again on my next attempt. Okay, this is where we might be in trouble here. As long as I don't fall all the way to floor 1, maybe we'll be okay. Don't fling me, please. Okay. What else did we do in that class? There'd be like a assignment too for each of the like units, of which there were 12. You can still laugh clip. I thought you can't type /e laugh. Oh, apparently you can now. They had it it would like delete it if you tried to type that for a while. Okay, I guess that maybe makes me feel a little bit better. But even if I can laugh clip or something back in, like, come on, I'd have to redo all this, and I'm already loop failing. Ugh. That's gonna get annoying. This class also included everyone's favorite part of online classes, discussion boards. Yay. Where you have to write a, like, 500 words response to some prompt and then respond to 3 of your classmates. Yeah, on one of them, I wrote the most bombastic thing ever. What does bombastic mean? I think I'm using that right. High sounding, but with little meaning, or inflated. Basically, my favorite thing of writing that sounds smart, but actually I have no idea what I'm talking about. So, yeah, that was the one of them. And I think someone actually replied to me, one of my respond to your classmates that someone did to mine, was like, you sound very smart. And I was like, okay. But I have no idea what I'm saying. Pro tip, guys. But by the way, sounding smart does not mean using obscure synonyms, as I complained about in a community post the other day. Alas, my paltry vocabulary nathless inhibits my adroitness in the comprehension of complex linguistic constructions. Citadels are included in tower rushes, right? They are. Can I add background music? No. Was that an essay or something? Yes. Did I click on the right video? Yes, I was reading my research paper from a history class I did. I gotta read the next paragraph. We got like 2 left. Okay, I'll do that now. Okay, Goddard's work proved to have political implications as well. The space race. Some of the German scientists went to the United States after World War II, while others went to the Soviet Union. Now that both countries had very intelligent scientists to support their technological endeavors, the race was on to develop new and more powerful military weapons. Both countries wanted to prove their strength and the superiority of either capitalism or communism as an economic system. The space race was motivated by both the military possibilities of space and simply to prove who could achieve the first, such as first satellite in space and the first human in space. For several years, the Soviet Union was in the lead and claimed both the aforementioned titles. Sputnik was the first satellite, and Yuri Gagarin was the first human in space. The Soviet Union, determined to keep their lead, and the United States, determined to catch up, both poured millions of dollars into their space programs, which led to this era seeing so many scientific advancements in such a short period of time. In the end, however, the United States was triumphant, claiming the most coveted title, the first man on the moon, in Apollo 11 in 1969. Yummy. Okay, we've 2 paragraphs left. We'll get to them. Scary. Get my alt tabs right so I can see the chat. You're literally doing a great Citadel right now. After this, maybe after this I'll try Great Citadel of Ring 1. Right, remember I gotta wrap around onto there. I could not see that platform. We're fine. Okay, and then jump here. Dang it, dang it, dang it! back to floor 1, seriously? This is not what I need to be dealing with. I hit the stupid invisible part. Okay. Note to self, do the thing you remembered to practice, which was wraparounding around it. Okay. No, you can't high jump that. Don't rush either. I say while rushing. What else can I explain about this research paper? Okay, so, the citations, I always hate those because I know I'm doing something wrong. And I most certainly did something wrong. And you know what they're like, if you do one thing slightly wrong, it's plagiarism and it's academic dishonesty and goodbye, you can never come to the school again. Obviously this is an exaggeration a little bit, but still, it's like, why do you expect me to get all these ultra specific rules exactly correct? And then with such high stakes. I mean, okay, the thing is, with the way we submitted this paper, it was on like a discussion board thing. So like, it wasn't like MLA format Times New Roman double space whatever, get it exactly right, because like it's kind of weird on that website. It would just like, I tried to put indents with 5 spaces because it's basically just pasting text into a text box, so like Times New Roman 12 point double space doesn't quite apply, and indents are weird. You pretty much have to do 5 spaces. Like if you press tab, it just goes to the next like field, which is like type in your name or whatever it might be. And, yeah, so I put 5 spaces to add indents at the beginning of the paragraphs, but for whatever reason, when I actually clicked submit, like 4 of them at the beginning of some of the paragraphs just, like, disappeared, and they just weren't indented. It's okay, though. Things like that I don't think were counted off, and clearly they weren't because I got a 100 on the paper. Still, I was worried I would not because, well, another thing was that, like, don't use personal pronouns like I or we, which I did use, but not exactly. I didn't say, like, I think that, which is probably what that was really saying not to do. It was more, well, yeah, I was using, like, personal pronouns like that to refer to the whole human race. And also, I didn't use I at all. I used we, us, our. Okay, let's get this right this time. Find where the platform is, and then here I gotta find the platform. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Now jump to there. Wrap around. Jump to here. Wrap around onto there. Wrap around onto there. Go along here. See the edge of the platform. Jump there. Jump there. Okay, let's read the next paragraph now. That's a good spot to stop. Okay. The previous paragraph ended. In the end, however, the United States was triumphant, claiming the most coveted title, first man on the moon in Apollo 11, 1969. Okay. The launch was no insignificant event and was the culmination of years of dedicated effort by the United States. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, gave one young man, David Chudwin, a 19-year-old student at the University of Michigan, official permission to see the launch and cover it in Michigan Daily, a student newspaper. Chudwin recalls, quote, a crowd estimated at 1 million people, end quote, and seeing many high-profile individuals in the VIP areas he had access to, including, quote, former President Lyndon Johnson, Vice President Spiro Agnew, U.S. Army Chief of Staff Jen William Westmoreland, Governor Lester Maddox, Senators William Proxmire and Barry Goldwater, and former NASA administrators James Webb, to name a few. Among the celebrities were entertainers Johnny Carson and Ed McMahon, end quote. He also remembers seeing Wernher von Braun, who worked on the Saturn V rocket and took inspiration from Robert Goddard, and, quote, a large number of foreign journalists present for the launch, and the babble of a number of different languages was audible, end quote. Clearly, people around the country and around the world eagerly awaited this greatly historic event. Okay, so oh, right, I gotta go fast here. Hold that thought. Imagine I jumped to, like, the first part that was a fading part and then alt-tabbed out. Then I Alt-Tab back to Roblox and would be horrified at what I saw of probably me on floor 1. Small safety net. That's always nice. Okay, and that's not a fading part, is it? No. At the Thanos stud, it's back to normal. Don't use vertical mobility because of the Citadel banning vertical mobility. Yes, I am aware. Alright, let's read the final paragraph. Okay, then we'll be done with this. Wait, hold on. No. Well, I'll get to it. Okay. Finally, Goddard's work and the so-called space age influenced society by opening doors to outer space and proving to the world that we can explore the universe in ways previously thought impossible. The Apollo 11 mission and Neil Armstrong's first steps on the moon inspired the world toward greater interest in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Space exploration continues to this day, though through less competition and more cooperation, made no more evident than by the International Space Station. Unmanned probes and robots have landed on Venus and Mars to study Earth's neighbors, and Voyager 2 is the farthest from home any man-made object has ever been sent. Science fiction took a new direction too, with films like 2001: A Space Odyssey from 1968 and Interstellar from 2014 portraying these very ideas of intergalactic adventure. The modern era of exploring and studying space is much like the era of exploring and mapping Earth. Goddard was a key figure in a broader picture of exploration, human curiosity, and the never-ending quest for knowledge. Though he may be long gone, Robert Goddard's legacy shall always remain among us. And yes, I did that 100% intentionally. So, I think that's a very sus paper, if you ask me. I don't like that jump. You're at the Tower Trusco wind pad in the Tower Rush? Right, I have to deal with the wind pad final stretch. The RNG ladder. I'm not looking forward to that. Which I failed yesterday while trying to just do a legit run at Tower of True Skill, just to refresh myself on it. But I did then review it, and I found a decently consistent strat. I don't know, though. I failed a number of times trying to practice it, so pretty much I'm just relying on luck here. Now here I think I can high jump, and then I can just jump to there. Yes, that's easy. I think I can do a weird high jump up there, but I'm not going to. Here, I can do a ledge grab, because that's easier than trying to do the jump. Unfortunately, on the next jump, I can't really ledge grab. Whoa, let's not do that. Okay. Jump down here. If I can just do the outside of Tower True Skill, despite all of the super high stakes, then we're pretty much at, we're at like the final stretch of the Tower Rush, as in the entire Citadel of laptop splitting. But there's nothing too punishing or loop failable about that. Well, maybe loop failable, but shouldn't be too bad. I hope. Like I said, I haven't played it in well over like 2 years. Oh, I should have saved reading more of the paper for this healing part. Whatever. So what did you guys think of that research paper? Coles is not punishing? That's crazy. Maybe. I think there's button progress. Oh wait, there isn't any in Tower of True Skill. Apart from 5 outside, I guess you mean in Citadel of laptop splitting? Oh. Very sus. Very good. 10 of 10. Yeah, so like I said, I got a 100 on that paper. But it was still kind of scary waiting for the grade, because I was worried that just a bunch of random, like, actually type things would, like, tank my grade to, like, a 70 on that. And since it was weighted so heavily, that could be really bad for maintaining my A average in the class. But luckily I got a 100 on it. And in the end, in the class, my final grade was, like, a 91. Or, no, it was like a 94, I think. So very good. Okay, next healing simulator. Are there checkpoints in the Tower Rush? I have no idea. Super duper ultra low detail mode that will make your game go 6 million FPS. Ringo and Tower Rush will be my 3rd Tower Rush I've ever done. Forgotten Ridge Tower Rush you've done Forgotten Ridge Tower Rush and Garden of Ishal Tower Rush. Be careful on the head hooters on floor 10 outside. I am much aware of those, and I'm not looking forward to them. Oh. Don't I jump to, like, there? Yeah. Another thing about this paper was I wrote it at, like, the same time as I was finishing up Tower of the Planets, doing that, like, philosophical ending to it. So I was already in the, like, space exploration mood, if that makes any sense. I think, yeah, it was at the same time I was writing the script for the final Tower of the Planets building video. Not the final Tower of the Planets video, final Tower of the Planets building video. The one where I built Pluto. Which was like 30 minutes. And it was a building video, but it was still scripted. Which I'm going to start doing now. Or I've started doing. Because those videos are a lot less boring, I feel, than the live commentary building videos. Anyway, time to focus up for floor 9 outside. I mean, floor 9. And be nervous for floor 10 outside. I think I got it, though. Intense music 1. My heart rate is increasing again, and I don't like it. Oh, I don't even get, like, a break. I just... Let me just take a small break. I enjoy building, but I don't enjoy watching building. Drink water. My water's in the fridge. I don't feel like getting up. No, I do not like this. Remember my Eastern European training, which did not include this. Oh no. Dang it! Dang it! Dang it! I knew. There's nothing I can do. Is there anything I can do? I can't even read the chat, so don't even bother answering that. Dude, you've got to be kidding me. Why did that happen? There's no point in wall hopping. There's no outsides anywhere. Now I'm gonna have to figure out how to dance laugh clip thing. Dang it. I hate that RNG ladder. Ah. This is not what I need to be dealing with right now. I don't even know. How do I do this? This probably is completely wrong. You need a gap between 2 parts. The only... Did I actually just... Is there's no way back in? I can't even, like, laugh clip. Oh, you can type /e laugh. No, I think that's it. That's just the end. I failed. There's nothing I can do. I can try to dance clip back in. I don't think it will work, though. Do I, like, turn at an angle or something? Other corner. Okay. Is it different over here? No. I don't think... I think this is the end. That's so annoying. What was I even supposed to do? Someone was saying flick it. Flick the... on that. I don't expect this to work. I have to turn out, like, the other way. Doesn't work. You're doing it wrong. Go on the edge. It won't work. I gotta restart the run. This is literally one of the few towers that are not possible to dance corner clip in. Do I just jump in the void? I think I have to. There's nothing else. There's nothing I can do. At least I did a cool wall hop streak. 5 Citadel of Laptop Splitting Ring 1 Tower Rush. Floor 1 outside TOTS Ring 1 Tower Rush. Smiley face sarcastically. Get it? Because I'm stuck outside forever. Take a screenshot before death. Probably just use a screenshot from, like, failing that in next week's thumbnail. That is so annoying. She's like putting me outside there. That gives me slight hope. 3 players in Ring 1 Tower Rush right now. Try to flip. Despite this, I'll continue the tower. Corner flip. There is no way to corner flip. If only this was like that one Halloween event where you could, like, I think there was a corner flip outside or something. Flipping is only possible on certain parts. Item clipping doesn't work. Would have jumped down from Tower of True Skill, but I accidentally hit the wind pad. Just restart. There's no way to get inside. I go all the way back to Toast, and I don't want to spend another 3 hours on this right now. We'll have to just try again next week. Item clipping is possible. I have no items. It was weird. I wasn't holding space there. Yeah, I think this is it. I mean, if this were possible, I think you'd guys be saying it, but... You fell outside, no. Yeah, it's over. Why is there a bed in the void behind you? I saw that. Minecraft? I have no idea what that is. We'll do a poll. Do I jump in the void? Yes, no. We'll let democracy decide. But if you vote no, there's not even anything I can do about this. Maybe the stream can still have a happy ending if I don't know. Go do Tower of Curved Descent or something and somehow win it. Or I could do some Ring 5 development. And yes, most people are saying jump in the void, although it's close to 50-50. I'll keep letting people vote. The bed thing is there for a death effect. Curved descent. 22 votes. Most of them are on yes, jump in the void. Disappointing, but at least I got a new personal best on this. For attempt 3 at the Tower Rush, I think I don't know. Would have been nice to not get RNG'd, but we'll go practice that and see if flicking helps. That's currently my only hope. I'm gonna end the poll, as it looks like. Yeah. So I'm gonna print screen as I jump in the void. GG. I have a strategy for that ladder, but I'm on the Tower of Rush right now, so I can't show it. Do you believe that the trusses on Tower of Inevitable Failure are RNG? Not really. You just kind of need, like, a strat for them. Or, like, you need to practice them. Like, they're certainly not RNG like that ladder is. The trusses, they're not. As long as you just, like, go in the practice place and just figure out how to set them up, you'll be good, probably. Does it keep my stats for this? Like, does it have stats for Ring 1 Tower Rush? Are these in, like, alphabetical order or something? Can I search it? No, it doesn't look like it's here. Does it, like, add it to this? I don't know if that's really reliable. Let me try the medium tower. Interesting. It says I've spent 49 minutes on it, because that's how far I was into the Tower Rush when I got there, I think. Or, like, when I hit the win pad, maybe. And I assume it did not give me the badge, even though I did complete it. Inventory. Badges. Yeah, no. Do you believe that? Oh, yeah, I answered that already. Can we do Obby Creator for some time? Play Obby Creator. Play Obby Creator. Just maybe gonna go do some Ring 5 development or Tower of Curved Descent. Let's let democracy decide. Hello. Oh, wait, there we go. What should I do? Okay, we can do Tower of Noticeable Infuriation. We can do Tower of Curved Ascent. We can do Tower of... Oh, wait, no. We can do Ring 5 development. SMToH Ring 5 development, that is. Or we can do Obby Creator. I'll do, like, Obby Creator requested obbies. Start poll. Roro, I must depressingly inform you that you unfortunately have concluded the adventure of the Ring 1 Tower Rush. RIP. Yeah. By the way, whatever you guys vote, we will first go do some practice on that RNG ladder. Am I playing in a private server? I am not. Looks like most people are voting Tower of Noticeable Infuriation. So, I'll do that. This won't take long, I guess. Why can't I... we can maybe do some tower races, maybe. I don't know why it's not doing anything when I click decline, though. Is that just going to be on the screen forever? Maybe restart run. I don't know why that's not going away. Oh, wait, now Ring 5 development is in the lead. Okay. I guess we'll do that. Although someone who's very far into the Ring 1 Tower Rush. What floor is this? This is the basement. Oh yeah, that's kind of not far. Yeah. I mean, good luck to all of you on Citadel of Laptop Splitting, or the Ring 1 Tower Rush, or whatever you may be. Unfortunately, I cannot be there with you because I died on the RNG ladder. So, yeah, but good luck to you guys. We will try this again next week. Hopefully, I will have practiced the thing sufficiently, the RNG ladder. So let's go do that now. Just like a couple minutes, then we'll go do some Ring 5 development. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. You died to Tower of Impossible Expectations to kill bricks. Is there a way I can join you? Not, you can join me at the practice place, but not the Ring 5, unfortunately, because that's Roblox Studio. Remorseless Towers, The Great Inferno, Tower of True Skill. Let me figure this out. Let me watch the stream replay thing. Okay, so. Yeah, it just flung me. There wasn't really anything I could do about that. I just tried to do like a head hitter and it just flung me out of existence. I was like here, and then, yeah. See, it just as well could have done, well, I suppose that. It just as well could have done that as I was expecting it to, or it could have, or flung me as it did. Thus, the RNG factor here. Roro, look. Where? Okay, so I gotta, like, flick. Let me watch you again. Okay, let me try that. Maybe not with shift lock like that. Maybe I should just, like, go like that. Look. That seems to be what I just did. But, I don't know. It seems to not. Okay. So I think I have to line it up like that. Let's see if I can get it, like, 10 times in a row. Or if, like, just do it, maybe not counting necessarily, but just, like, do it a bunch of times. And see how many of those times it flings me. Okay, so. Does it fling me when it's, like, turning my character at an angle like that? Maybe sideways is the way to go. Probably not, but doesn't seem to be as prone to flinging me. Yeah, probably not good. You can show me a consistent strat, okay? What's the difference in space on these two? This one has 1, 2, 3, 4 studs between it. This one also has 1, 2, 3, 4 studs between it. Okay, so that should mean they're exactly equally likely to fling you. So actually, that doesn't help at all. Well, at that point, well, what do I, you wrap around to there, and then, if I wrap to here, and then jump to here, and then up to here, or if I fall down, whatever. Flick before doing the head hitter. I don't quite understand. Okay, so go like that. Go like that. From the first platform, jump onto the wrap, then try to jump onto the ladder. I don't think you can do that. You can high jump. Honestly, that might be more consistent than anything else. To go jump here, and then if I land there, then just do that to go back and then try again. Well, do I need a high jump? Yeah, I think I do. How many studs is that? That's one. Oh, it's 1.5. So 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, 5.5, 6.5, 7.5, 8.5, 9.5, 10.5, 11.5. Okay, a little bit higher than like. Okay, like if you're just jumping up a wall, that's 11 studs. You can high jump that. You can go up to maybe like 12.5 if you're going on to climbing animation, such as right here. Yeah, honestly, I like this strat a lot better. Don't do that. You have to grip on a one stud ladder. And I'm kind of turning at an angle, which maybe helps a little bit. Could also try to land there. That seems way harder though. So if I end up there, then just retry. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go here. I'm going to turn it like just that angle. Tilt 45 degrees, then walk backwards to the jump. No shift lock. Let me try that strategy. How consistent is that? So far, it looks good. So turn 45 degrees and then do that. Can I do shift lock after? I guess I probably can. On the last platform, try to ledge grab and act like a ladder flick. I have tried that. It doesn't really work. I think it theoretically could, but it's not that consistent. Flick before the head hitter and then do it normally. Let me try that. Go like that, but not in climbing animation. Or do I keep shift lock? Let me try that. Okay, I'll try that. We're trying out different strategies here. So far, my top two are probably this one I'm doing now and the high jumping up to the ladder. So go like this, flick, and do that again until it doesn't put me in climbing animation. Should I wait until it like stops me without me ending up in climbing animation? Or do I just like go for it? I'm trying just going for it. Okay, so go here, do that, okay, again. So flick, head hitter, and do it quickly before it pushes me onto climbing animation. Flick, head hitter. Flick, head hitter. Flick, head hitter. Flick, head hitter. Okay, just confirm these are the same distance apart, which they are, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, they're both 4 studs apart, so in theory it's the same. Okay, I think this is the strat I'm going to go with. If I can remember to, hopefully, like, every day this week until I do my next stream, I guess on Saturday, I can just, like, go into this game and practice this a couple times for, like, 2 or 3 minutes. Surely I'll have time for that. Surely. Yeah, this has yet to fling me on that, so I think that should be the strat then. Okay. Now, what might I do wrong? Because I'm nervous that would end up with me getting flung. I could possibly do that. I could possibly jump too soon. I don't know if that could fling me. I could maybe hold space too long. Probably wouldn't do that, though. Okay, what went wrong there? I think I jumped too early or didn't flick enough. I think that's what happened. So maybe if I just get the exact rhythm or something of clicking. Go like in, out, I guess out. Okay, that time I pressed like W before walking. So don't walk back underneath. That will end badly. So I need to be like forbidden from pressing W until I've jumped out. Okay, so review. Again, jump here, go here, out, in, back, forward. I guess those words work for detailing what I do. Okay, go here, I walk into the space, and then out, in, back, forward. Ooh, I pressed W there. I could have gotten flung. Like when I shouldn't have. Okay, go like this, out, in, forward, backward. Out, in, forward, backward. Out, in, forward, backward. I mean backward, forward. Out, in, forward, backward, forward. Out, in, backward, forward. Tower of True skill frame always been like this. No, did they? I don't know. I feel like it wasn't. Could have changed it. I don't know though. Out, in, backward, forward. Out, in, backward, forward. Out, in, backward, forward. Out. Wait. Out, in, backward, forward. I'm now at the scary Tower of Impossible Expectations outside. Good luck. Unless you said that, and now you're already done with it, which you might have. I don't know. Okay, let's try the whole outside, which I was stressing on. It's really not that hard, though. Until, of course, the last two jumps. You're like, oh, that's easy. Then here, go here, out, in, backward, forward. 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 Okay, should I set that to like my Discord status or something? Out, in, backward, forward. There, that can be the Ring 1 Tower Rush slogan for my attempts at this or something. You're right, I did pass it. Good job. I passed the scariest outside on 10 Citadel of laptop splitting. Which one is that? I don't remember. Is that the pink outside? It might be. Could also be that purple timed button. I don't think it's that, though. I think that's earlier. Out, in, backward, forward. Out, in, backward, forward. Okay. So if I just do that right, then I won't get flung. So I think we've found our consistent strategy. Like I said, I'll try to practice that like a couple times each day this week, and then I think we'll be ready for another rematch on Saturday, March 1st. Yeah, sorry, I ain't getting Ring 5 out by then. Sorry. But I can try to not have to delay it much further, even though I know that's never going to happen. We're going to leave that, and I'm going to go work on some Ring 5 development, which I have not worked on much. Out, in, backward, forward. Yes. You guys may spam that. Out, in, backward, forward. Roro. Yes. Let me go window capture properties, change it to be this. There you go. Will you release Ring 5 and video on the weekend? It will be a weekend, yes. Out, in, backward, forward. Okay, so I did do a little bit of work last time, or like since last time I did a stream of this, which was a week ago. So, what exactly did I do? I don't quite remember. We'll figure it out. Okay, yeah, I kind of the goal here is that you can cycle through the towers you are able to vote on. Now, what I need to refresh myself on what I'm doing here. So when you press this button, we will change what tower in a table of here that you can vote on, and then we will... Okay. Yeah. I think I ended by adding a... The last thing I've done is added a debounce to cycling between these. Okay, so, like, look. See how it just pressed that? Those are my previous votes. Like, previously I voted low, medium on Tower of Big Cave. Is it that on all of these I've voted that button? It might be. Because why are a whole bunch of them? Like, in theory, it should be changing, like, every time. Let me try changing my TOBFO, or TOBC1 vote. I will need to make it so the button goes up when you change it. Okay, so let's see what happens when we get to TOBC1 again. Okay, so I think it's just that all those votes are the same. Because what it's doing is I think it's checking... No, it's in the script. If there was no previous vote on the tower, unpress the previous button if there is one. If there was a previous vote, find the button that corresponds to it. Yeah, I think when we're having the two buttons pressed, kind of the situation there is that it's like the vote is matching or something. Okay. So when there's no button pressed, that should mean I've never voted on that tower. Notice also it's not showing every tower in the ring right there. It's only the ones in the table of what towers I can vote on. That's a lot of prints. It's somewhere I printed out here, of which it's all these towers. Now if I spam click, it still goes pretty fast, so it's not annoying, but what you might notice is that the buttons will never end up cycling to a new tower while a button is doing its press or unpress, which prevents the buttons from like getting like flying up into the sky or down into the ground, which will happen if the button tween begins while it's already going. But with a small debounce, which honestly is you can't even really notice, like I made the buttons press real fast too. It's like 0.5, half a second. Yeah, like. Yeah. Okay. Now, what I still need to do is script this button so it works. Okay, so like, we have a bunch of towers at the higher end of the spectrum. Like these two, I've voted the same. Let's say I want this one to be low remorseless. And I want this one to be high challenging. And the reason it's like doing that is because all those votes were the same. But they shouldn't be anymore, right? So now that one's like that one's like that one's like that. Yeah. So it doesn't change the buttons if it's the same thing. Cool. Okay, nice. I passed outside 2 times and the weird pendulum. I'm now at the floor 9 maze. Good luck. How did you get out of the script thing in Roblox Studio? Huh? I just like... You switch tabs up here. Uh-oh, what did I just do? I think I just nuked everything. Uh-oh. Let me close that. I think I accidentally just went to, like, home. Open ring 5 again. Sorry about that. Okay. So we need to make it so the right button works. On the right arrow button. There we go. We're back. And we also need to make it so that if you change your vote, the other vote has been, or the other button that was pressed gets unpressed. That's going to be in this script. Okay. So we have the buttons, or we have the scripts that cycle through here. What do we do? Yeah, this is all just when you click the arrow buttons. Here we need, for when you press a button, what are we going to do? We're going to, so when this part is touched, we're first going to see if it's a player that hit it, and then if it is, and if it's not already pressed, then we're going to press it. I think all I need to do here is just find any other pressed buttons and then unpress them. So I can probably copy some code from right here where I did the same thing. Unpress the previous pressed button if there is one. For underscore button model in, do that. Okay, I can just copy that block of code. Here we're gonna do the visual button press on your vote, or do the visual button press for the button you just hit, and then unpress the previously pressed button if there is one. So we're gonna look through workspace, lobby, difficulty voting area, buttons. We're gonna look at these 5 buttons and see which ones have this value set to true. We'll look at all of them, see if it has true, then we're gonna unpress it. I think that should work. Quite simple, actually, compared to what I was expecting. Wait, if you click 2 buttons at the same time. Ooh, okay, good question. We'll check that in a second. But let me try change everything broke. That's lovely. Okay, find the error. Tower vote. Player scripts.tower vote. What are you doing? Oh, I forgot an end. Okay. Small syntax error. This will be a quick fix. Just go There we go. Also, I don't know what is it. What was that? Why did it just do that? Oh. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Let me try changing a vote though on one with one of these. Okay, let's say I want TOBC2 to be. I changed my mind. I want it to be mid difficult. Okay, we want to do the Wait. It's because it's unpressing the button you just pressed, so it's redoing the tween, which is what's screwing everything up. So if I need to make sure I don't do the tween, I need to make sure I don't do this to the button you just pressed. So if I just remember what, okay, we have 2 things named button model. That's also going to be a problem. Let's just call it like button model 2 or something. And we'll delete this print. It really doesn't need to be there. Wait, I thought that was a 12. Do 1s look exactly like L's? No, not exactly. Okay. Anyway, button model 2. Yeah. If button model.pressed equals value and button model 2 is unequal to button model, i.e. the one you just pressed, unpressed any previous, I'll add a little comment here that says, also make sure not to unpress the button you just pressed. I think that should work, maybe. Okay, things are already going wrong. This is great. I changed my mind. I want this tower to be this difficulty. So far, so good, other than whatever's going on here, which we will figure out shortly. So for some reason, those are getting unpressed. Why? This is the question we need to ask ourselves. Does it not print saving new changes in the output? Apparently it doesn't. Also, do you like my prints? Oh, wait, no, it said I have that on. There we go. Okay. It did save. I saw a little thing down there. Okay. Okay, that time it's working perfectly fine. Is it when I spam click them? No, what is going on here? Why did that happen twice and then it just didn't? Button model 2 electric boogaloo. Button model 2 the sequel. I just need something to distinguish them. Perhaps I could have given it a better name. But also, could I have named it for button model in second search through buttons model folder? Like, who wants a super long variable name? Nobody wants that. Okay, again, it seems to be working fine. By the way, it is playing the button press sound. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Let me put on the volume into the OBS output at a low volume. Is it super loud? Hold on. Test, 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 test. No, I think you guys can hear that and it's not too loud. If it is, let me know in the stream chat. Anyways, where were we? We're seeing what happens if you spam click these, because for some reason the buttons were being weird. But for the third time in a row now, I've forgotten to do the spam click when I first get here. Right, but also I think it takes like a few seconds to load. So, that might also contribute. There we go. Okay, that might have been what was the problem. In which case, it's sort of a non-problem. If I just fly over there and start spam clicking the button immediately. Go, 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 go. I missed the button, I think. Oh. What happened there? Did it lag a little bit? Is that what just happened? Try that again. I hope the problem is that I'm flying over there and starting spam clicking immediately, because then that's not really a thing to fix, because that would only happen if you somehow got to here within like 5 seconds of joining, if you're the first person to join the game, which you're not even going to be able to walk to here in 5 seconds. See, that's when it works perfectly fine. But it doesn't every time. Go, 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 go. Spam click. Yeah, I think it's when I do that really fast, immediately after joining. Or is it if there's lag? Well, the best way to test lag is to make a lag machine. Let me find, hold on, where is this? It's called like Tower Islands, I think. Oh, it's here, okay. If I take TOVOE Island and go select children and then unanchor, we can do it up there, and then just duplicate them and cause a giant lag machine. And then I start spam clicking these. Do things break here? Or basically artificially, well, not really artificially, but creating what would happen if your client, like, because this code is running on the client, right? So, we try changing. They're breaking a little bit. Like, that one wasn't as high up before, I don't think. I mean, it seems okay. Yeah, I think it might be okay. It might just be if you, like, spam clicking while you have just joined the game. So, I think that's okay. Okay, so we've made it so the buttons now unpress. I will also need to make it so that this button, does things, which it does not. It does some things, doesn't do everything, though. So let's review what all happens when you click that left arrow button. Where is it? Dot previous tower button. That's the left one. It goes to the tower difficulty below that. Right, okay. We start with the debounce being true, and then we will set it to false when you click it. Or when you click it, it's only going to do something if debounce is true. And then, you know, let's do if debounce equals true. I didn't change anything. I just like typing that to be extra clear to myself. Then we will wait 0.3 seconds and then set it back to true. We do that in test.spawn. Spawn. Technically, I could just like put it at the end after a wait statement, but I want to just keep it at the top, so yeah. Okay, then we will play a click sound effect. We will update sorted votable towers. Basically, that means we're going to refresh like the table of what towers you can vote on, because it may have changed since you last were here, even if it's in the same game. So that's what that does. Then we're going to change your position in the table, right? So we're going to cycle to the previous tower in that table, i.e. the tower a difficulty below the one it's currently on for your towers that you can vote on. For example, let's say you can vote on these 3, and it's currently on TOBC2. Then if you want to vote on Tower of Big Cave, or Tower of Birthday Celebrations, but you can't vote on this one, well, pressing the previous arrow button will go to your previous entry in sorted votable towers, which is that. If that didn't make any sense, that's fine, because it's fine. Who cares? Okay. Update tower, or then, what? We find the tower acronym. of where you're in the table. Then we update the surface GUI to the tower's full name using the convert acronym converter module script. Then we update the UI gradient behind the text here. Then we update the button text so it says all your difficulty options right there. Then we can ignore that print. Then we can previous vote equals, okay. Then we're going to find out what your previous vote on this tower was. It might be nothing, it might be something, I don't know. So for example, if your vote on TOBC2 is high medium, this variable will be 3 because that's the third available option to vote. Right, okay, so previous vote. Wait, what is that? Well, if you have no previous vote, this is going to return a string value. So it's going to be like, it might say mid-easy, for example. Did I code the menu or it's just here for now? It is coded and it took forever. I can show it to you in a minute. This menu, I assume you mean. Yes. Okay, so if you did not vote on the previous tower, we are going to unpress the previously pressed button if there is one. So like, let's say the previous thing you were looking at was Tower of Big Cave, and then you go to Tower of Birthday Celebrations. You have not voted on this one, but you did vote on this one. It will unpress that button. Let's say you have not voted on this one or this one. It'll just do nothing because there's no need to unpress a button that has already been, or that isn't even pressed. So we're only unpressing buttons that have currently been pressed. I mean, well, this will unpress multiple if there are multiple, which there shouldn't be, but if there for some reason are, well, this will handle that too. Kind of just a nice little side effect, I suppose. If there was a previous vote on this tower, meaning previous vote is not nil, meaning it is something, then we're going to find the button that corresponds to what your previous vote was. So let's say your previous vote was high easy on Tower of Beginner Friendly Obstacles. We've already updated the text labels at this point, so we'll just look for the button that says high easy, right? Table.find difficulty option table tower acronym. Right, so we're gonna. So what this now says, which we can assume it's TOBFO. We're gonna look in this table for your vote. Let's say you said high easy. We'll find that, and that's gonna return the number 3 because it's the third entry in that table. Okay, cool. Then we're gonna use that to find. We're going to take that number and then just attach it to the word button and then just search for button 3. So now that we know what button corresponds to your previous vote, then if it's not currently pressed, then we're going to unpress the previous button that was pressed. Then we're going to press the button of your previously submitted vote. Kind of got lost near the end there. Okay, so if you haven't, what does it say? When you change the tower you're voting on, if your vote corresponds to a different button than your vote on the previous tower. For example, if your vote on TOBC2 is high medium, which is the third button, but your vote on TOSSS is low medium, which is the second button, then we're going to unpress the previously pressed button if there is one, and if it's not the one that you're pressing. If there is one, and if it's not the one you are trying to press right now. So we're going to unpress them. Then, finally, we're going to press the button of your previously submitted vote. And finally, we have a couple other things. We're going to update the sign to say what tower you're voting on. So we're going to change that text right there. Then we're going to update the UI gradient. Wait. I made a function for that. I can just delete. That's completely useless now, because that's what this is. Let me not completely delete it yet. Then we're going to update the text on the buttons to say what difficulty it is. Yeah, we have a function for that too. Let me comment those out before I just completely delete them. And I don't have a function for that, though. So the final thing we do is update that text. I should probably move that, honestly, to a... Wait, I thought we did that earlier. Yeah, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Okay, let me delete that line then, or comment it out before I completely delete everything. Hopefully any of this is making any sense. And yes, I do like those prints. Check general, okay? Yes, I did see that. Alright, okay, good job, gaming legend. You've completed Tower of True Skill. Unlike me, you did the funny part. Okay, let's see if everything should still work just as it did before. We're just doing a better job at it. Okay, yeah, seems to work fine. So what was the point of that? That was to review everything that we just did. Now here's the thing. Inside this, when you click the previous tower button, we've got a lot of code. Some of it I've defined as functions so that I can easily use them twice, since I'm going to need them here too. But then we have all this. I could copy and okay. We can just delete all that. I'll leave it there for the time being, just in case I need it for some reason. But what do? We find the previous vote on that tower, and then we're going, this whole thing here, this if-then, that deals with pressing and unpressing the button that corresponds to your, it means it will press the button corresponding to your previous vote on the tower you just selected and unpress the button of your vote on the tower you just went off of. So that seems pretty generalizable to the other button too. So like, let's make a function for it basically. What would I even call that? Local function, adjust buttons for new tower. Adjust buttons for new tower. That's kind of a stupid name. That's not very clear. We'll explain it in a comment. What did I say? It says unpresses the button of your vote on the previous tower you had selected and presses the button of your previous vote on the tower you're now looking at. If there is one. There. Whew, okay. Just for memories, recite every digit or every difficulty from easy to catastrophic. Easy, medium, hard, difficult, challenging, intense, more insane, extreme, terrifying, catastrophic. Anyway, okay. So basically, now I can just like copy and paste all of this into that function. Let me go Control C, and then I think there's a... Never mind. Okay. We'll not delete it yet. Let's see what... Okay. So the things that underlines in blue, these are... It doesn't know what these are, because I defined them outside what I just copy-pasted from here. And now let me go ahead and comment all this out. Like that. There. So... What did we need? We need previous vote. What I can actually do is just give it a variable, previous vote, and then an acronym or a argument of tower acronym. So that means when I call this function, we'll have to already know previous vote and tower acronym, which makes perfect sense, I would think. Well, hold on. I can find the okay, hold on. We only need tower acronym. Where was that function? Here it is. Let me take this line here, local previous vote, comment it out first, and do that too. Control C, paste that at the very top of here. Now I can delete previous vote. So now when this function is called, we're gonna use the tower acronym of whatever tower you just hit in this table. Or you just like went to. So like if you click the left arrow button right now and you've unlocked all of these to vote on, it would flip you over to ring 5 tower rush. So what would it do? It will pass R5TR and then we're going to ask the server for what your previous difficulty vote on Ring 5 Tower Rush was. If there was no previous vote, we will unpress the previously pressed button from TOBFO if there is one. Yeah, if there's not, we just don't do anything. If there was a previous vote on this tower, we're going to find the button that corresponds with your whatever your previous vote was. Yeah. Okay, I can delete that, honestly. So we're going to difficulty option table tower acronym. So let's say you went to Ring 5 Tower Rush. We're going to look in this table and see what your previous vote was. Let's say it was mid remorseless. We're going to look in this table for the key phrase mid remorseless, and then the table.find is going to return 1 because that's the first entry in that table. Then we're going to look for the word button with that number attached to it. So since that was entry 1 in that table, it will be button 1. Okay? Then, when you change the tower you're voting on, if your vote corresponds to a different button than your vote on the previous tower, so if it has not already been pressed, well, like, if the button we just found for your button, like, let's say you just went to Ring 5 Tower Rush again, we're going to find whatever your vote was. Let's say it was mid remorseless, which is this button. We're going to see if that button is already pressed. Well, actually, we're going to look at all these and see which ones are not pressed. If they are pressed, we're going to... What? Okay, so for... Hold on. If corresponding button.press.value is false, meaning you voted mid remorseless, but your vote on TOBFO was not this button, then we are going to unpress the previously pressed button if there is one, okay? And if it's not the one you're trying to press right now, i.e., we are going to unpress these. We're going to press all these buttons, or if we're going to look at all these buttons and unpress it if it's currently pressed, and if it's not this button because that is the vote you voted on Ring 5 Tower Rush. And then finally, we're going to press the button of your previously submitted vote. What? Oh, but that's only if it hasn't already been pressed. If it has already been pressed, we don't need to worry about it, I guess. Okay, so I can delete this print tower acronym. What I can hopefully do now is just say adjust buttons for new tower and then pass tower acronym. This is now equivalent to all of this because all of this I took and put up here. Let's give it a try and see what goes wrong, which is probably going to be a lot. Your title clickbaited. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to change that. Hold on. Ring 5. Wait, hold on. Titles. Livestream titles and descriptions. Finishing SMToH Ring 5. Yeah, right. Well, whatever. Makes a good title. Let's do that. I don't feel like getting the link to SMToH at the moment. And then let me go change and go find the thumbnail. Where did I put the file? Uh-oh. I think I lost it. Did I put it in... There, I found it. Okay. We're good. When will you start working on Ring 6? Eventually. Okay, I've updated the title now. And thumbnail. Sorry about that. I forget that all the time. Anyways, let's give this a try. All seems to be working just fine. Let's say I want to change my vote here to that. Look at that. It unpressed that button. Now when I get back to Tower Celestial Sky after cycling through for a bit, which should be right about here. Why did it not? Oh, wait, wrong tower. Okay, it worked. I was about to be like, uh-oh, we have a problem. Good thing we do not. Okay, so, perfect. The whole reason I just did that to make it be a function instead of all this is because that way I can just, like, in like, so I don't have to copy paste all this into here. Because that would mean, well, in the highly likely event, oh, wait, it's a lot more than, okay. In the highly likely, okay, right, okay. All this can get deleted. I think we've well established I don't need it. I might regret it, though. I'll just leave it. So I was wrong before when I said all this is the same as doing all this. But now I've made it a function so that I can do that with just one simple line like that. That way I can put it in here and not have 2 super long blocks of code with copy-pasted code, which is not what you want. Okay. So just pretend now that these ends are way up here. So let's compare and contrast, shall we? So when you click the next tower button, as in you click this button, we want to do the debounce thing again. If debounce equals true, then that's the first thing we want to do. If debounce equals true, then we're going to set debounce to false, right? Debounce equals false. Let me zoom out a bit so I can see it up there. Then we're going to go task.spawn function. Wait, not like that. Function like that. Then we're going to say task.wait 0.3. And then we're going to go debounce equals true again. So basically just telling it, start doing that, but also do this. That's what the task.spawn does. Now we're going to do the click sound, like that. Then we're going to change your position in the table, which is a little bit different than, why did it do it like that? This part is a little bit different from here because we're going left in the table here, or like down 1. Here we're going up 1. Then we're going to figure out what the tower acronym is. Then we're going to update this. I think I can just copy paste that. Let's see. Surface UI tower acronym label.text equals convert the acronym, which, yes, okay. Then we want to update UI gradients, update button texts, and adjust buttons for new tower. What was that? Oh yeah, that was this. Okay. So move these inside here, and then this was just the same as that because I copy pasted, which there. Okay. Now all those are inside that debounce, and then finally we just need adjust buttons for new tower acronym. Okay. Let me add a couple comments here. Well, there's kind of no need for that. If you're like, what does this do? Because that's really not a clear name, because there isn't really a way to write clear name. Well, you can just look up here. Then I very nicely just told you what the function does here, so you can just scroll up and look at it. Unpresses the button of your vote on the previous tower you had selected, and and then presses the button of your previous vote on the tower you're now looking at. Again, I don't want to delete that, just in case I still need it for some reason. It's not doing anything, it's not, yeah. So, okay, these lines here were not supposed to be there anyway because I made them into a function too. These lines have now all been condensed into this. So, whenever I delete those comments, each of these blocks will look like this, which is a lot simpler than it would look like otherwise. You beat Ring 1 Tower Rush. GG. How far do you need to get to vote on the Ring 1 Tower Rush? The point I did for that was halfway through this tower. On everything else, that's the final tower of the Tower Rush. So, like, on most towers, well, on all the towers when you just play them normally, you can vote on it once you reach floor 7. On the Ring 5 Tower Rush, you can vote on it once you reach the halfway point of this tower, which is the final one. So, slightly before its own difficulty voting point. Okay. Whoopsie. Don't select things I don't want to. Hopefully, you can now just use these to go either way. Terra Vast Outdoor Expeditions. Oh, Terrafield Spaces. Terra Vast Outdoor Expeditions. Terrafield Spaces. Terra Vast. Right, I have not voted on Terra Vast Outdoor Expeditions. Let's say I want it to be mid-difficult. There. And even if I click between them really fast, as maybe you could on a iPad or phone, the debounce still applies. You can go either way. Okay. There's no reason this should end up being this difficult to code this. I did have a way that did work, but then I changed it because it would involve putting 95 buttons, and I don't think anyone wants that. I considered making like another sort of win room styled thing that you get like teleported to with all them. But still, this is way better. This is like much more user friendly. Especially with there being so many towers, being able to just like cycle through them like this. Now one of these, I don't, did I vote on all these that oh, I did not vote on Tower of Berry Blast. You can see when I get to it, it unpresses the buttons. Let's say I want to change my vote, it will unpress that button. Let's say I want to go like that. Oh. Actually, I changed my mind. Let's say I want to do this button. Oh, I want to change this. Let's make them all be, uh-oh. That's not good. Okay. So problems arise when you press the button at the same time you click that. Double vote it. Yeah, you also asked that. What happens if you press two buttons at the same time? I think it would just, like, because we have the debounce going. So I think it's, like, actually impossible to hit two buttons at exactly the same second. Like, let's say I hit both of these. Oh, okay, might have been wrong about that. Data store versus quest. Oh, okay. The easiest solution would just be move the buttons further apart. Thank you for suggesting that I check that. If I just prevent you from pressing to it at the same time, I would think the debounce would solve that problem. Wait, no. The debounce was for that, not for these. Okay. But again, the easiest solution is just move them further apart. Unless you can press a button while one is currently being pressed. I just blew up everything. Right, because I can't start spam clicking it immediately. Which isn't a problem because you won't be able to do that in the real thing. Give it a second to load these. There we go. Okay, if I go like, whoa. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so the buttons need a debounce, which will solve two problems. One, if you hit them both at the same time, and two, if you hit both of them in quick succession. Okay. I guess I could simply do debounce 1 and debounce 2. Call this debounce 1. Where all does it say debounce? Debounce 1. Debounce 1, debounce 1. There. So debounce 1 is for this, debounce 2 will be for this. So right here, right before we start cycling through the buttons themselves, let's go local debounce 2 equals true. For underscore button model. Okay, so now we confirm that it was a player who hit this. Then we're going to go debounce. Wait. No. We're going to go if it was a player that hit the button and debounce equals true. And debounce, I mean debounce 2. Then we're going to go ahead and set debounce 2 to false. Then we're going to do a task.spawn like we did up here. And then we're going to wait. How long is the tween? I don't quite remember. I think it's defined down here. Oh, wait, no. It's in the visual button press thing. Where is it? Visual button unpress. Well, that works. It's a 0.25. So, a 0.3 second debounce before you can press 1 again will be fine. I might even want to make it even higher than that so that you can't, like, flood the data stores with requests, for instance. Like, that's changing the data store, like, a whole bunch of times really fast. So, I could set the debounce to, like, 5. There. So, now you can only change your vote every 5 seconds, which the data store should be able to handle. And also, is anyone really going to do that? You shouldn't be, like, unless you're, like, really indecisive. But then you're like, oh. But then 5 seconds later, you can change your vote. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's definitely not 5 seconds. But soon you can. Okay, cool. So we have now also, hold on, make the switch disable for some seconds after voting. Like this. I think that's what you mean. Let me try also pressing 2 buttons at the same time, or really fast. It should just do the same thing. Yeah. Because I've now returned to what I was saying of, I think it's impossible to hit fire 2 touched events at exactly the same second. They'll be off by, like, you know, a thousandth of a second, or at least. So, yeah. And so by that point, it will have hopefully set the debounce to true. Or it'll, like, have done the debounce thing, thus starting the 5-second countdown before you may and repress a button. Yeah. Sup chat. Hello pod lol. Okay. Next problem. Oh, well, hold on. Before we get to that, someone wanted to see the menu. Yummy. So yummy. Look at the tower statistics. And of course, there's some problem with the of course. You can see your tower statistics. You can even see your win information for each win. Like, if you used any items, though you can't use any items because there aren't any in the Ring 5 release. Things like that. Very epic. Okay, so next thing I need to do is make it so that when you join the game, assuming you have Tower of Beginner Friendly Obstacles open, like you've reached floor 7 of it and you can vote on its difficulty, we want to press down whatever button that is. So, okay, remember, the first apparently 172 lines of this don't actually, like, really do anything. They're just setting up functions and defining things. Really, all we do is get our first version of sorted votable towers when you join the game. So basically what that means is we're going to get from your save data this list of tower acronyms, which is all the towers you're able to vote on apparently, it shouldn't be in difficulty order. That's odd. Well, whatever. If it's not, it could be by coincidence, but anyway, we're gonna update sorted votable towers by going through tower table up here with every tower in difficulty order. And if that tower also exists in this list of towers you're able to vote on, then we're going to add it to sorted votable towers. So what that means is we're going to take the list of every tower you've reached floor 7 of, which is in the order you hit that. So, like, say you reach floor 7 of this tower and then this tower. Well, now you're going to have this tower and then this tower. And if we just went through it in that order, it would just be like a random order, practically, unless you just happen to remember. It's much more logical to put them in difficulty order. Thus, we are going to go through this list, and we're going to start at TOBFO and see, do you have TOBFO in here? If you do, let's add it to sorted votable towers. Then we do that for all of these, and thus we will sort through this table to put it in difficulty order. Cool. Then we're going to wait. Oh, wait, no, we just define the function here. We wait 3 seconds after you join into the game to ensure, like, the save data loads. That's basically it. So we're going to go ahead and update that 3 seconds after you join into the game. Cool. Then we have some tables that'll be useful later. Gradient table tells you, like, or tells the script what of these UI gradients goes behind the text when you do that. And it's like a gradient from the lowest difficulty option to the highest. This one has all your options to vote on each tower. It's a big wall of text, but it's not that complicated. Like, we just look at Tower of Desaturated Colors. Based on my opinion and that tower's submitted difficulty, I say it goes in low difficult, and that's what it'll say in the Ring 5 release, but people will be able to vote on that. They'll be able to choose from 2 difficulty subdivisions below and 2 above. So that's going to mean hard to, or mid-hard to high difficult. Meaning, as you can see here, we have mid-hard, high-hard, low difficult, mid-difficult, high difficult. And we do that for all the towers. Then we define a function that will change a button to neon, move it down 0.75 studs, and play the press sound. So it's just a quick little function that I can now use just one line to say, press down this button and play the sound. And we have one to unpress it too, which just does the same thing, like in reverse. The opposite of visual button press. And it's called visual button press because it's just a visual change. It does not actually do any saving of data. Okay, then we made a function to update the UI gradient, which will update the UI gradient by just looking at what tower it's like supposed to be. So we basically look inside tower voting script client, if I could spell it right. Or wait, I forgot the underscore. Well, whatever. We have all these UI gradients, which do nothing because they're parented to a script, but they're going to get cloned into this, and then you'll see their effects. Then we have a function to update button text, which will look in this folder, or this table, and then update these to say in that order those difficulties. So like right now you're seeing the ones for TOBFO, so you should see low, easy, mid, easy, high, easy, low, medium, mid, medium. Low, easy, mid, low, easy, mid, easy, high, easy, low, medium, mid, medium. As you can see, that is true. Okay. Then we have the most complicated function here, which will, luckily I could sum it up pretty well, I guess. Unpress the button of your vote on the previous tower you had selected, and then press the button of your previous vote on the tower you're now looking at. Okay. So, like, basically when you cycle to the next tower, we will unpress the button of whatever your previous vote was. So, like, let's say on this tower you voted that, but then you go to the next tower, which is, what was it? TOCS, Tower Celestial Sky. You voted this button. Though those don't correspond to the same difficulties necessarily. Like, this button for while you're looking at TOBFO might say mid-medium, but while you're looking at TOCS, it might say low, easy, or something. That's still the same button, so if that one has been pressed from the previous tower you were looking at, well then we're just not gonna, well, we're not gonna do anything. But like, basically it'll unpress this, and then press this. But it's not gonna do anything if you don't have a save for that tower. It's basically like a weird edge case type thing this whole function solves. Sort of. I don't know, it's not that important to understand exactly what it does. But then we call all those functions as necessary when you press this button and when you press this button. Then we go through all these buttons, and when you press one, we are first going to confirm that it was a player who pressed it and that the debounce is true. Meaning, when you press it, we're gonna have to wait 5 seconds before you can change your vote. So you can only update as often as every 5 seconds. Then, we're going to find your character and find your player, because we need your player object, like, where is it? We need like this. So we find your character, I think it's only, yeah, and then we just get player from character, so, yeah. Then, when you press a button, we're going to if button mono.press up. Oh yeah, if it's currently not pressed, then we're going to press it. Then we're going to unpress any other buttons that have been pressed. There might be some, there might not be. This will account for that. Then we're going to... Do I need that? Hold on. I think visual button press includes that. Okay. I can delete this line. I don't need it. Okay, so visual button press all its changes are visual, except that it also changes the value of this to match whether it's pressed or not. That line being there that I just deleted wasn't hurting anything, but it was unnecessary because it was just doing the same thing that this function already did. And then here comes perhaps the most important part of actually saving your vote to the data store. So we determine your tower acronym that you're looking at. Let's say TOZS, Tower Celestial Sky. Then we're going to find what your vote is. So let's say mid-easy. Let's say you voted mid-easy on Tower Celestial Sky. Then we're going to fire server, tower acronym, vote, and then the script is listening. So where's that? What did I call that? Submit vote RE for remote event. Submit vote RE. Okay. There's a lot in the script, but we're only concerned about this right now. So when a player submits a vote, we're going to tell the server, because the server is the only thing that can do data stores. We're going to tell them, well, we know what player is trying to vote on, what their tower acronym is, we know what player is trying to submit a vote, we know what tower they're trying to submit a vote for, and what their vote was. So we're going to see on the server if they have reached floor 7 of that tower. This is good that we're checking it on the server. That way no exploiters can be a sneaky little boy and just tell the server that you vote, or that you can vote on it. We're checking that on the server. I guess I maybe could change it or check it on the client, but there'd be no reason for that. So we check that they reached floor 7 of the tower. Then we're going to add vote. So that's a function defined here where we need the user ID, what tower they're trying to vote on, and what their vote was. So let's go look at this add vote function. Where did I define it? It was up here. Oh, hold on. I need to clear that line. Or comment it out for now. Okay. Don't worry about that. So we have this function for submitting a vote for a tower's difficulty, with the arguments being the player's user ID, the tower they're voting on, and their difficulty vote. So we're going to do this outside of profile server. We're just going to use data source service. I know there's a lot to this. We're almost done. We're going to make sure that we got to make sure that past data. Right, okay. So the data store looks a bit like this. There are 19 keys, one for each tower and one for R5TR, Ring 5 Tower Brush. And these are all tables where each index is a player's user ID and each value is their vote. So it looks a bit like this. This table doesn't actually do anything. It's just so you can visually see what I'm talking about. So we're making sure that past data isn't nil. It'll be nil if tower acronym was an invalid acronym. This accounts for a small possible exploit of maybe firing that remote event to say you're trying to vote on TOAU. That's not a tower here. I mean, Tower of Among Us, but it's not here. So it would throw an error trying to find like a key that doesn't exist, basically, in this table, although no, it's not actually that table, but yeah. So we're just making sure that it's a valid acronym that was submitted, which will prevent things from breaking. Although this pcall does prevent errors too, but anyway. Then we're going to say, okay, so you are able to vote, but then we're going to say, well, we loop through the table of votes for this tower and decide if the player is allowed to submit this vote or not. Okay, so we go through this table and see if they're... Wait. Okay, we find their entry in this table on their user ID. This is my user ID. And let's say they're trying to submit a tower or submit a vote of low easy, but they've already submitted low easy. Well then, so if they've already voted and the vote they're trying to submit is the same as their previous vote, don't allow the vote to go through. I mean, I guess updating it to the same thing doesn't really harm anything, but whatever. So don't allow the vote to go through if they're trying to submit a vote that's the same tower, or that's the same difficulty. So if they are indeed trying to change the vote, or they don't have a vote in the first place, if we make the entire table with no player and difficulty matches, can add vote is true, and we're going to submit the vote. So then we're going to say, we have some prints, let's not worry about those. We're going to add the vote to the table, and then save the table that has the new vote added to the data store. Whew, okay, we're done, I think. I did just think of a possible issue. But basically, we take this table, modify it as necessary, meaning either change that or add a new entry with their user ID, which will be the case if they have not voted on it. Then we're going to return past data translation, meaning save that. This is now in the game's data stores that you voted that. The possible problem is, what if two servers try to do that at the same time for two different players? This is where things get annoying. Let me just let's logic through this. In theory, this should all happen very fast. Like, this should all happen in, like, less than a second. It looks like kind of a lot, but it's really not. So we're checking that they can vote, and then we're actually submitting the vote. Even though this happens really, really fast, let's say another server is also trying to set the vote of this, or this, trying to modify this table. If it starts doing that, and then this finishes, meaning we've now made the change to this player, but then another server wants to change this thing, when it got its copy of this table before server A changed this, so server B would, like, revert it, basically. But, like I said, this all happens so fast, I don't think that's really that much of a concern. It's possible, I guess, but I think it'll be fine. So that was our big review of all that. Oh, I have a headache from all that. And also, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. But, whatever, this is fun. Okay. Now that we have... Okay. Review of what we have done and still need to do, why we just did the review of everything. So, big recap of all that explanation was... You can now cycle through these and then submit your vote. What I still need to do is make it so it presses down the button of Tower of Beginner Friendly Obstacles when you join the game, because it's going to default to that. So that will need to be done in here. Before you even change anything, we're just going to do after we've defined all the functions. We already know this is going to be TOBFO. Let's start by assuming you do have that unlocked. Like, you can vote on that. Well, no, hold on. Let me put it in this task.spawn up here. We're going to wait 3 seconds and then update sort of votable towers. Yeah. So this just ensures the profile loads. So basically now we have, we can look at this list basically, but sorted by difficulty order. Though that sorted or not sorted does not matter here. We're going to go if sorted if sorted votable towers, wait, no, scratch that. If table.find, what tower are we searching for? Or what table are we searching in? Sorted votable towers. What are we looking for? We're looking for TOBFO. If that returns, if it finds that, it's going to return a number. If it doesn't find it, it'll return nil. So if it's not nil, i.e., if TOBFO is in this table, then what? We're going to leave this as is. So it's still going to say TOBFO, but we want to do visual button press of whatever your vote was. But we haven't even defined visual button press yet, so I might need to just put this elsewhere. Okay, that's fine. We'll move it down to before debounce 1, after we've defined all the functions. Let's go task.spawn function, and we're going to wait 3 seconds. So this is going to start running immediately after the game starts. We're going to wait 3 seconds, then we're going to go, well, no, because we might, doing that at exactly the same moment as we update sorted votable towers, sometimes it might find nil when there's actually something there. Let's say that's 4 seconds. Now let me just Where is it? Hold on, scroll up. Let me go Control X, then go back down here and paste that same if-then statement. If we find TOBFO in their sorted votable towers, then that means they can vote on it. So we're going to leave this as is, not updating that text or anything, which we will do if you can't vote on TOBFO. But let's assume that they can. If they can vote on TOBFO, then we need to find out what their vote was, which I believe I did up here, right? Hold on, it was a previous vote. Request previous vote, invoke server. Yeah, I can just copy this line, with the comment too of what's listening, because that's always nice. Ooh, we already know the tower acronym though. We already know it's going to be TOBFO. So previous vote, that's going to be nil if they've not voted. So if previous vote is unequal to nil, meaning if they have voted on TOBFO before, then we need to do this corresponding button thing. I could theoretically, maybe now, I could maybe just call this function, although it would be kind of doing unnecessary things like trying to unpress buttons even though we know they're already not pressed. But maybe that'll be okay. Let's think about this. If I just call adjust buttons for new tower and then TOBFO, let's think what would happen. We'd find the previous votes on TOBFO. If there was no previous vote, then we're going to unpress all the buttons, which there aren't any, so that's actually just not going to do anything, but it's not going to error. If they have voted on TOBFO, then we're going to find the button that corresponds to it, and then see if it has not been pressed. If it has not been pressed, then we're going to press it, and also unpress anything else. Okay, so it should work. I can actually just say right here, I can call, what do I call it? Adjust buttons for new tower, TOBFO. Okay. So that's nice. We can just say, press the button of a player's vote for TOBFO when they join the game. If they have voted. Remember, this is only if they have voted. Or if they've unlocked it. If the player has unlocked the ability to vote on TOBFO, then press its button. Or then press the button corresponding to their vote if they have voted. That's kind of just re-saying this. Let me actually just delete that comment for now. We can say else now. If table.find sort of is nil, meaning they do not have the ability to vote on TOBFO. That's going to be a little bit more complicated, I think. Let's think what I want to happen. And also go ahead and save. Let's say they haven't unlocked anything. They just joined the game for the first time. That is going to mean that... What do I want this to say? I could just... Let's take a look. I could delete the surface GUI. No, then I'd have to add it back. I could just... tower acronym label. I could delete this, and then also delete tower acronym... Well, what if I delete this, and then say tower acronym label says you do not have the ability to vote on any towers. Hold on. Question. What if I just leave it as that as the default, and then we search for if you have the ability to vote on anything when you join the game? Not that what I have going on currently won't work, but might it be better to do what I just thought of? Let's think about it. If I instead start it like that, and then just right here, we see if they voted on... Yeah, that way, if they haven't voted on TOBFO, we don't have to do, like with what I have right now, if I continue this, then I'll have to do, if they have not voted on TOBFO, it's going to have to, I'll update it to say you don't have the ability to vote on anything. That's only if they haven't unlocked anything. Let's say they just have Tower of Celestial Sky unlocked. Then that's going to get complicated. Okay. So comment that out. We'll take some inspiration from it, but rewrite it a little bit. So what I'm actually going to do is, it's not going to start with Tower of Beginner-Friendly Obstacles. It's going to start with nothing, and it's going to say, you don't have the ability. Let's say you do not. You do not have the ability to vote on any towers. Reach floor 7 to unlock the ability. Okay. Out of curiosity, what just happens if I join the game right now? Does it throw a million errors? Well, yes, from all these sounds, but that's a problem for another day. Okay, so at the moment you can just start cycling through it, and then it should just go through the whole thing. Yeah, you can't get back to that. Now, why? Because when I click those buttons, we just start looking through sorted votable towers. Fine. So well, hold on, next question. If it's on that screen where it says that, does it let me do anything? What did it just try to do? Why did it print this? Okay, so apparently this was called add vote. What? Submit vote? Oh, right. Yeah, that's what I mean. Where's that called? It's called only when you press the button. So what did it just try to submit a vote for tower acronym equals sorted votable table position? Okay. I think what it just did was it submitted a vote for Tower of Beginner-Friendly Obstacles, since it's defaulting to the first thing in that table. If you actually don't have anything submitted, though, then it'll try to submit a vote for nil, I think. Let's assume it's nil for a second. I think it will... That means this is going to be nil. If table.find profile... So if we find in nil... If we find a nil in this table, then I could just add a check if tower acronym equals nil, or is not nil, I guess I should say. I guess I can just do that. If tower acronym equals or does not equal nil, then, and then why am I doing that again? Ensure a valid acronym was passed, because I guess I can check what happens if you try to do table.find with nil. But first, go back to the first question regarding nil. If you search for... Hold on. Let me print some table, which is going to be an empty table. We're going to print the first entry in that. Why does it always do that? Say local table equals, or capital T, local table equals empty table. Then we're going to print the first entry in table. What does it do? It prints nil because there's nothing there. Do that for anything. I'd say 4. It would be nil. There's nothing there. So what that means is if the player has not unlocked any tower to vote on, then it's going to be nil. So that means this is going to be nil, right? Because tower acronym is going to be nil. And their vote, well, it's going to be whatever they just pressed. But so let's say they press that button, but they haven't unlocked anything. It will do the visual button press, so I'll need to fix that. But it's going to try to update their vote for nil, which is not going to work. But what happens if I do local table equals, just put some random entries in here, equal, local table equals a table, let's put a string Among Us, we'll put a value, and then we'll put a workspace.lobby. Well, okay, so just any old table, and then we're going to print table.find. What table are we looking for? Table. What are we searching for? Among Us. Well, that's just gonna, that should print 1 because it's the first entry in the table. Let's type in anything else. It should print nil because it's not there. Right, I knew that. But what if I search for nil in that table? It returns nil. What if I have a value called nil in there? It still prints nil. So if you do table.find and you're searching for nil, it's going to return nil even if there is a value of nil in the table. Meaning, this check is unnecessary. I think. So we look and see if nil is in this table, which if it's not, which it won't be, then that's gonna be nil, so we don't continue. Okay. Meaning I can just unindent that and go back to how it was a moment ago. Oh. Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Yes. What is up, Roro? This is so interesting. Do a backflip. Ugh, what is my hardest tower? Tower of thinning layers. Oh man, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Yet I'm not tired yet. Well, yes I am, but... I want to change what this says, actually. I could explain this a little bit better. Reach floor 7 of any tower to vote on its difficulty. There we go. That's a bit more clear. Say a new player walks over here, or wherever this ends up being in the lobby, and they're like, what is this? And then they can't vote. It'll be like, you do not have the ability to vote on any towers. Reach floor 7 of any tower to be able to vote on its difficulty. I'll be like, oh, I'll come back to you later. Still, we're doing the visual button press, even though we're trying to submit a vote on a tower called nil. So it's not going to go through, but it's still going to do the visual button press, which I don't want to do. Okay, so we'll just only do this if... What is tower acronym? Sorted. Let's get this first. We'll do this after the debounce stuff, which will be fine. That's going to only let you vote on nil every 5 seconds, which is fine. Okay, so let's get tower acronym. Put that up here. If tower acronym is unequal to nil, then do all this. And now indent all that. Put these together. Okay, so tower acronym must be something. So in sorted towers, position starts as 1. So this will be nil. I'll say this will, well, only allow this to, hold on. Make sure tower acronym isn't nil, which it will be if the player has not unlocked, I can't spell, unlocked the ability to vote on any tower. There. What that should do now is, this is exciting now. Let's wait for everything to load. Why did it just do that? Oh wait, because I do have the ability to vote on any tower. Because I'm just not changing anything here, but as you can clearly see here, I in fact do have the ability to vote on any tower. Let me just wipe my data from that table. for testing purposes. So, yeah. What's the theme for this area? We're in, like, the void with an acid ocean. That's the idea here. Oh, my head hurts. Okay. What was I just about to do? I was about to wipe my data from here and say I have not reached floor 7 of any towers, even though I have wins documented, although those are going to get wiped too when I do the release. But anyway, I can clear this out and say I don't have the ability to vote on anything if I go to server script service test scripts. These are all temporary and they're all going to get deleted with the release. We're going to go wipe data test. We're going to wait 5 seconds. Bring 5 tower voting profiles, and we're going to set that to nil. So I've done this before. Let me just set that to enabled. Then I'm going to wait a few seconds and let that do its thing. That should be long enough. Now let me disable this again so that I don't wipe my data every time I join the game. Obviously, that's kind of a dangerous script, isn't it, to have in the game? That's fine, though. But it also will only wipe my own data because I defined SharkNoob 2001. So don't worry about it. I'll make sure to delete it anyway, but yeah. Have you beaten every mini tower in SMToH so far? Not legit, but I have all jumped them all. At least once. Okay, please work. Yes. If you have nothing unlocked that you can vote on, which we can make completely sure of by checking in here, look at that. Data is an empty table. So I've not, even though I have wins, and I shouldn't be able to have a win with no ability to vote on it, that's fine. It's just the way this works out for testing purposes. It should be fine. But since I have no documented wins, my table called sorted votable towers is an empty table. So trying to find the first entry of it is nil. Thus, it's not, the script is not, this script is not doing the visual button press of anything. Whew, okay. Next thing to do is, what if you do have the ability to vote on some towers? We don't want it to say that, because that's just wrong now. We're going to wait. Basically, what we're going to do is wait a few seconds, and then we're going to make it so that it says what towers you can vote on. Or, like, it'll be the first tower you can vote on. Or the easiest tower you have the ability to vote on. So when you join the game, it'll wait a few seconds to ensure everything loads, and then we're going to see what towers you have the ability to vote on. And we're going to find the easiest of them, which will probably be this for most people, but, you know, it might be this tower. It might be the easiest tower in the ring, or it might be, like, the second, or it could be anything, you know? We don't know. But we're going to find whatever the easiest tower is by finding what the first entry in sorted votable towers is, and then make it so that this, like, updates to that, if that makes any sense. So, to begin, let me start by testing out, or let me just, like, get something in my entry again for this. Let me get multiple things. In fact, all I need to do is hit the voting point. I don't remember where it is. Let me turn off the music before I get copyright claimed, even though I shouldn't, but, let me just turn that off. Not checkpoints. That was the wrong thing. Difficulty voting points. We want to find TOBFO. Where is that? I might probably hit it, maybe. Yeah, it's right there. Okay, I did hit that. So I should have that now. I can reset. And let's do that for Tower of Celestial Sky 2, just so I have multiple options here. Find the TOCS one right here, which is up here. Make sure I hit it. There we go. Now I can reset. And let's do one more for good measure. Let's do like a harder tower. Why not? Wait, I just realized, why is it called Sharks Many Towers of Heck when your name is Roro? Well, because my username is that. Okay, let's do this for Tower of Epic Top Heads now. I don't quite remember where I put its difficulty voting point. Let's find out together, shall we? Oh, there it is. Yeah, even though this isn't exactly floor 7, it is about... This is a pretty long tower, so it's about 7/8 of the way through. Even though it's only like halfway up. But basically, you do like the first 4 floors, then you do a really long outside. Then you do the last little bit. Actually, maybe I should put that at the start of the final stretch. This final outside with a safety net. What do you think? Is Brian still here? Yes, he is. Yes, he's the builder of this tower. So yeah, I'll leave it there for now. It's not really a big concern at the moment, but if you think I should put it somewhere else, then you can let me know. Okay, now that I'm done with that, let me turn my volume back up so we can hear the lovely dying cat in a garbage disposal sound, and also the clicky sound. Notice that it does remember my votes for those towers. That is quite interesting. Because the list of towers each player can vote on as their profile is its own thing. Like, it's separate from the list of the 19 keys as a normal data store with all the lists of user IDs and their votes. So it still remembers that. When I wiped what towers I could vote on, I did not wipe what I actually voted on, so that was still saved in a data store. But I still have the same user ID, so if I decide to change it, like, I'm gonna say this is high easy now. All it did was just change the vote, so that didn't break anything. Now, that shouldn't be a situation that should ever happen once this is released and all, but if it ever does, we know it's not gonna break anything. So, like, you shouldn't lose the ability to vote on a tower, but if for some reason you ever do, but you've already voted on it, well, your vote is still there. Saved. Very well. Okay. Now, back to Tower Voting Script Client. We currently just have a completely useless task.spawn and then wait for. What this needs to do is it needs to change this to say the easiest tower that you have the ability to vote on. Let's say local easiest tower, or easiest votable tower. When I say votable, I mean tower you can vote on. That's just a more concise way of writing easiest tower you can vote on. No one wants a super long variable name. And that is going to be sorted votable towers 1. If easiest votable tower is not nil, then let me just put a little note to myself. If this is nil, that means the player has nothing, or that means easiest votable tower is empty, i.e. the player doesn't have the ability to vote on any tower. So we have confirmed now that the player indeed has reached floor 7 of at least one tower. Now we already have position to find somewhere, right? It was like way up here. Yeah. Well, no, hold on. We just defined that variable. Okay, so easiest votable tower is that. We make sure it's not nil. It's probably going to be TOBFO, so let's assume it's that for just a second. We're going to want to call a couple functions. We want to update the UI gradient and update button texts of that. Let's call update UI gradient. And what do we need? Tower acronym. It's going to be easiest votable tower acronym. It's kind of a long name, but whatever. So that would be TOBFO if TOBFO is the easiest tower you've reached floor 7 of. Let's say it is. That's going to update the UI gradient to be the green to yellow one, which is defined elsewhere, like higher up here somewhere, right here. It's defined that TOBFO needs that gradient. And then this function just does that for me. It'll just quickly do that. I can just condense it out into one line, basically. Okay. So now we need to we update that. We also need to update the text so it doesn't say that. I didn't do a function for that because I can just do it in one line anyway. I can copy paste this line. So service UI equals convert acronym easiest votable tower acronym. You know, maybe it would be easier just to, I mean, I don't know. Let's just call it that. It's fine. I was thinking just writing a comment that it's the easiest votable tower, but we can just do tower acronym. It'll be fine. So that will update it to say what is probably tower of beginner friendly obstacles, but it might also say tower of celestial sky or whatever. So we've updated that, the gradient. We've updated the text. Now we need to update the buttons. So that was update button texts. We need to do update button texts, and that needs a tower acronym. So that's also going to be easiest votable tower acronym. Okay, and then do we need to call anything else? We update UI gradient, update button text, and do I need to call adjust buttons for new tower? No, because I don't need to unpress anything because nothing's pressed because you just joined the game. But we do need to press the button of the tower you are now looking at. So let me just move that there. I like it more right there. Just keep all these right next to each other. These little functions, cool. So yeah, this will now say TOBFO, or Tower of Beginner Friendly Obstacles. It'll have the gradient. This will say low, easy, mid, easy, high, easy, low, medium. Ooh, okay. I think that's going to need to be blank buttons that don't say anything if you haven't unlocked anything. We'll get to that shortly. But we need to press the button of whatever your vote was. So I think I can actually call adjust votable button, or adjust buttons for new tower. So what's that going to do? I think it should work. Unpresses the button of your vote on the previous tower you had selected, and then presses the button of your previous vote on the tower you're now looking at. Yeah, I think we had the same line of thought earlier. A little bit. Okay, hold on. We asked the same question, but it's okay. Let's just go through it again. We find what your previous vote was on. Well, we don't know it's TOBFO. It's going to be whatever your easiest tower is, which will probably be TOBFO, but we don't know. But let's assume it is for this thought experiment. So, TOBFO, it'll find what you previously voted on TOBFO. If you did not vote, we're going to unpress all the buttons that have already been pressed, but I can tell you now there's not going to be any buttons pressed because you just joined the game. So this is just not going to do anything. So if there was a vote that you previously voted on TOBFO, or whatever your easiest tower that you have the ability to vote on is, we're going to find the button that corresponds to that vote, and then we're going to unpress all the other buttons, which there won't be, so that's not going to do anything, but then press that button. So really, we're calling this just for this. Well, no, also for this. Yeah, I could, like, copy-paste this, but Basically, by calling this, well, let me just press the button that corresponds to your vote on the easiest tower you have the ability to vote on. If you have not voted on that tower, but you've unlocked it, this function will do nothing. Well, technically, it will do something. It will see, hey, has there been any other buttons right here that are pressed? Which, obviously, there aren't going to be. But if for some reason there are, it'll unpress them. But there shouldn't be. So this does what I want to do. It just checks a couple extra things that we already know for sure are, like, it's kind of unnecessary, but it's fine because it's, like, not trying to do anything that it shouldn't have to do. Because I have sufficient checks to make sure I'm only doing stuff if I actually want to do them. Let me delete these. Okay. By the way, you said, I love losing to pay-to-win players in CR, says Brian, who also said both are good. So let's go back to this question I had a moment ago of, where do I want to put the difficulty voting point here? Yeah, what do I think is about 7/8 of the way through the tower? I mean, the idea of that is to give you a feel for the difficulty, right? So you've definitely gotten that by the time you get to here, I feel like. So we'll leave it there. That's fine. Okay. I think we're ready to... Wait, hold on. Next thing was I wanted to get rid of these. Well, I don't want to delete the text label. I think I can simply just delete the text from here. That way it's just nothing. But then when we call update button texts, which is going to happen when you join the game, if you have a tower that you can vote on. Hold on, almost done. It's good to always think about what I've coded and what I expect to happen. Okay, because I have towers that I can vote on, which would be whichever ones I did a moment ago, this one, and this. Was it this one? I think it was this one, yeah. the game is going to say, okay, you have towers. What is the easiest one of those towers you can vote on? It'll say, oh, it's TOBFO. So it will make that say TOBFO, or Tower of Beginner Friendly Obstacles, put the correct gradient, and then update these text labels from saying nothing to saying low, easy, mid, easy, high, easy, low, medium, mid, medium. That is my hypothesis. If I did everything correctly, that's what should happen. You can see nothing yet, because it takes 4 seconds, because I want to ensure everything loads. Look at that. It became the colored. It says TOB, or Tower of Beginner Friendly Obstacles, and it says all those. Oh, yes, we did it right. Next possible thing that could happen is, what if you have no towers you can vote on? I'm going to re-enable wipe data test, which is going to make the game now think I cannot vote on any towers. So I'm curious what will happen over here, but okay. Because it did that before it wiped my data. But that's fine. If I now just disable that, now that the game now says I can't vote on any towers, I have not reached floor 7 of any tower. What should happen now is nothing. Well, we'll see that printed, and we still don't see anything happening here. That's good. That's what I want to happen. You do not have the ability to vote on any towers. Reach floor 7 of any tower to vote on its difficulty. And if I click these, it shouldn't do anything. It is throwing an error. It's not breaking the whole script because it's like in an event, but it is preventing it from running further along here. So what is it doing? Tower acronym is being nil. So I can just add a check to here to make sure tower acronym isn't nil. Same up here. Okay. Again, it's not breaking anything. What it's trying to do is it's trying to update the text here to be the full name of whatever the next tower is, but it's nil. So, like, it's trying to convert nil to a tower acronym, which it's not. That's not working. So, yeah. I don't have to fix this, but I'd rather there not be errors. And besides, it's not that hard to do. If I just do if tower acronym is equal to nil, then I can just put all this inside here. Then a little note as to why I added that, so I can remember this for later. Tower acronym will be nil if the player doesn't have the ability to vote on any tower's difficulty. Then I just need to do that up here as well. If tower acronym is equal to nil, then, and then just put put an end here, and then tab, delete that, and then same thing, let me copy paste that little comment to right here. And this really long comment here, that was a previous attempt at something, but I'm worried if I delete it right now, I might still need it. So, but it doesn't do anything, because it's a comment. It was a previous attempt. Well, attempt is maybe the right word. No, it doesn't matter, but we should be good now to run this again. Me not having the ability to vote on anything. Make sure everything loads. Yep, by waiting a few seconds. You can see this does not do anything. It doesn't print anything, doesn't throw any errors, just does nothing. It is playing the click sound. I'm okay with that, though. Stepping on these does nothing. Okay. Now let me go get the ability to vote on something. Let's do, how about tower of one that I know where the voting point is? Or something that was easy to get to. Don't give me copyright claim, please, even though we wouldn't. But you never know. Anyway, difficulty voting points, TOBC1. Where is that? What is selected? It's right here when you reach this final part. Okay. What I expect to happen now is that the difficulty voting area is not going to say anything, but you should now be able to click that and it'll go to TOBC1. But it's not. Why? If I leave and rejoin, it'll probably work. Okay, what should happen now? Look at that, it now says Tower of Birthday Celebrations. Question, if I start cycling through these, but I only can vote on one tower, Nothing seems to be breaking, but it is printing stuff. So what? Really remember what all these mean. By printing yay, that means we're... What are we doing exactly? Previous vote remote function. Oh yeah, that means this is asking, what is the previous vote? And then I think it's acting on that accordingly. I think it, hold on, where is that called? Oh, it's called in here. What is the first thing it prints whenever I click this button? It prints J, which was same thing. So it gets through all this, right? Because it's cycling through the one thing. So it's just like, yeah, it's just requesting from the server what your previous vote was, which is maybe unnecessary. But also we've got a debounce, right? Yeah. So it's not like over flooding the server or anything because of the debounce. So that is fine. The only thing now is when you unlock the ability to vote on a tower, why is it that I can't just start like cycling through it? It should, I would think. Because, well, when do we call update? That's why. I was clicking the next button, but I forgot to put that in here. Want to put that before the click sound so it's consistent, right? No, it's after the click sound. However, if you vote on a, or if you're a new player, can't vote on anything, you go do a tower, how are you gonna know that now you can vote on it? I want it to go ahead and update that, which I can do by calling these very same things when you join. I could maybe do that when you respawn. I think that could work, maybe, but yeah, because if let's say you unlock a tower, the only way you're gonna be able to get back to here is by dying, whether that be on the last part of the tower or once you're in the win room, and then you use the green button or reset or something. Okay, so yeah, if I just like call that again, I would, no, okay, we've solved one problem. It's worth testing it though. Let me do another wipe data test by enabling that and then waiting a few seconds so as to let it say I no longer can vote on anything. I'd say we're done just about now. Then re-disable that wipe data test. And a moment ago when I just did that, after a few seconds it updated that to fit my easiest tower I have the ability to vote on. This time around, it's not doing that, and I can't vote or do anything because I now no longer, as we can see here, have the ability to vote on anything because that's an empty table. Okay, now let me go do a tower. Let's do Tower Vast Outdoor Expeditions. Why not? Okay. Then we're going to go to difficulty voting points, find the one called TOVOE, find wherever that is. I don't quite remember. Oh, there it is. Then just step on that. Cool. Now I can reset, which, this did not update, which I didn't expect it to. But if I click that, it should, no, none of these are, why is it only doing that for, it should do that for the next one too, right? Why did that not work? We have it on previous one, and we have it on this one. We called update sortable voted. Did I not put these in the right order or something? We have the debounce thing. Then we have tower select button, click sound play, yes. Update sorted votable towers. Then we change your position in the table. Then we did tower acronym, tower acronym, and then check to make sure it's not nil. So why is that just... Why is it doing that? Okay, re-enable this. Let's try again. Right, okay. Now take this and then re-disable it. Let's try again and try and figure out what happened. Okay, so it's not updating that, which I didn't expect it to. I can go up here and hit the difficulty voting point, reset to go back to the lobby. Maybe wait a few seconds, just to be sure. That time it worked. I don't know what was going on before. Let's test it with the previous button too, because that could be a good idea too. Enabled. Go ahead and do that. Wait a couple seconds. Okay. Disable it. Click play again. Let's go do TOVOE again. Reach its difficulty voting point. Reset. This time we're going to click the button on the left. Nice. And it has my vote, which I did submit previously, apparently. Okay. Okay. Now we just want to basically call, like, we don't want you to have to click a button to make it do that after you win a tower. We can have it so it just, like, maybe resets to whatever your easiest tower is when you respawn. I mean, it would do that to your easiest tower. That, it shouldn't really be a problem. Let's say you're voting on Tower of Desaturated Colors, and then you reset and go back over there. It would reset to whatever your easiest tower is, which would probably be this. That shouldn't be a problem. Like, I don't see how that could be a problem. So we're fine for that. Yeah, so if I just... Can I do... hold on. Find the thing I'm looking for. And there's hundreds of lines of this. This is insane. I did not expect this to require this much scripting, but... Oh well. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. So this script this will run when you join the game. Let's do like local function on join and respawn. It's an interesting name. I don't know. It works. Then I can basically just, I guess, take all this. Although let's leave off the wait and just put all that. Okay. Then when you join, which is going to be right here, we're going to do easiest vote. Well, wait. On join and respawn. I guess I could put task.wait4 inside here. We don't really want a task.wait4 when you spawn in, though. The purpose of this is to ensure the profile loads. But that only matters when you first join, not when you respawn. So, yeah. We can go like game dot... Or, wait, do I have local player defined? No, we can just go players.localplayer.character added. AKA when you respawn. Connect function... Then we're going to do task.wait of like 1. I don't think I even need a wait, but we'll just put it there anyway. Then we're going to go on join and respawn, which will update this to be the easiest tower and update the text labels and all that. Now, this time I just did a respawn. All right, I mean, I did a join. Hold on. This theoretically should have ran because I just did a character added because I just joined. I could maybe do like a variable. Okay, I don't know. I could do like a variable so that it only does a task.wait of 1 when you join in. Or like if you haven't just joined in. That seems kind of pointless though. Besides, I don't think anyone's going to be getting to the voting area in 4 seconds anyway. So, easy solution, do that. However, it is still calling this twice. Let me comment this out right now. We'll do a print of anything. Sagoma. Spell that backwards. Let's see if it prints Sagoma. It did it? I don't think it did. No. Okay. What if I reset and rejoin? Maybe it doesn't call character added when you first join in. That is interesting. It did call it that time, so it did do that. If I respawn... I think... Okay. Okay. Question. Let me go unlock another tower real quick. We'll do this one. Where is Tower of Creamsicles voting point? Difficulty voting point, TOC. Find where that is. It was up here in this dropper, which they added a quote from when I played it in the video. It says, if you're going up instead of down, is this an upper? Roro Studios 2024. Okay, so I should have 2 thingies unlocked now. whatever that was, TOVOE, is still the easiest. We can ignore those arrows. Why didn't it work? Oh, that time it worked. What was going on there? Okay. Let's say I'm looking at Tower of Creamsicle. Then I decide I'm going to reset. For some reason. It's going to wait a few seconds, and I think flip it back over to this tower. Yes. But again, what's the point of that? It's if you're a new player who has just unlocked the first tower, you can vote on its difficulty. That was loud. Of course, now it plays the things at super max volume. Not my alarm, though, because it just randomly decides it's a good idea to just not. Just set it back to minimum volume. Why? Okay, let's try this one. what is it? TOIF? I'll read that eventually. Maybe. Okay, I've now unlocked the ability to vote on TOIF. When did the stream start? Too long ago. I've been going for over 5 hours now. I should probably stop. Yet I will not. Okay, why is it doing that? Did I... It's because it's not updating my position in the cycler thingy. Now, yeah, if I just update the position, well, it's gonna, okay, yeah, maybe I should just have it only do that if you respawn and your sorted votable towers has just one thing. Okay, so hold on. What does this do? This just like, yeah, just changes from this to say a tower now. We want to do that when you respawn. I mean, when you join the game. Then when you respawn, we only want to do that if the player just unlocked their first tower they can vote on. Let's say it was, it's probably gonna be that. So let's just say it's that. What if I do, we wait 4 seconds, and then, well, do we need to wait 4 seconds? Since we've, I guess, figured out that it doesn't call character added when you join, but that might be only if you're the first player to join. So who knows? We'll do a test. I wait 4. That should be fine. If sorted votable towers, or if the number of things in sorted votable is 1, then then we want to do that. If it's 1 on respawn, that is going to mean that you either only have 1 tower, or you the reason I'm doing this is, let's say you just reached the end of, or you just unlocked TOBFO to vote on that. We're gonna see if, when you respawn, we're gonna see if you have only 1 thing here. If you do, then either that means you only had 1 before you died, or you just unlocked a new one. If you've just unlocked a new one, then it's gonna update this to say TOBFO. If you already had 1 to begin with, well, then I suppose it'll reset it back to the easiest tower, which will be the 1 tower there, so that shouldn't be a problem. What it's going to do is call adjust buttons for new tower, which is going to call this, but for the same tower. So we're going to find the previous vote, which is, yeah, we're going to do that, and then it's going to unpress the previously pressed button, but only if that was nil. So it's not going to do that. It's not going to do anything. Well, no, wait. If you just unlocked it, it'll be nil. It's going to unpress the... right, it's not going to do anything because there is no previously pressed button. If there was a previously... then find a button that corresponds to what your previous vote was, and then press it, basically. But not if it's already pressed. Wait, if it's not the one, yeah, it doesn't do anything if it's the button you've already... What? With a previously submitted vote, we're unpressing all the other buttons. Is that going to cause problems? Hold on. I have 1 tower, and I just respawned. Right now. Wait, do I? Hold on. I think I don't actually. Yeah, hold on. Let me wipe that again. Take wipe data test. Enabled, and do that again. Among Us. Indeed. Okay, there we go. We've now done wipe data test, so now let me disable that. It shouldn't do anything. Okay. Now let's go reach floor 7 of some tower. DOC, for example. Then you reset. Whether that be you get to the win room and then reset to get back, or whatever. So, clearly it did not work. Why? We should have waited a few seconds. If sorted votable towers is 1, or number of sorted votable towers is 1, then we do this. Oh, right, we never passed a... No, wait, we did. We found out what this is, but we didn't update it on respawn. Do I want to update it if you join? It does that anyway, so no. Right, okay. Solution is just add update sorted votable towers, add that 1 line. And we only want to do that if when you respawn. Let me do another wipe data test. Cool. Now, disable that again. Then we're gonna go do that for a tower again. It's been 2 hours since Roro failed the tower of true skill outside. Feels like that was just earlier today. Oh wait, it was. That was so funny. Tower of Creamsicle. Go hit this. Reset. Hopefully it should work now. And yet it did not. So why? We waited 4 seconds. Oh wait, it did work. Okay, I just didn't wait long enough. What happens when I click these? Does it cause a million problems? No. It is requesting from the server what your previous vote was, but it's not breaking anything. Okay, what happens if I respawn again while having voted on that? Let's wait 4 seconds and see what happens. Hopefully it does not press that again. It does not. Okay. Cool. And for the same reason that's not, like, pressing again and going down into the ground, is the same reason it's not doing that when I do this, which is that I did something right. I coded this right. Yay. Okay. One more test. That this is working. To anyone wondering what happened to me, you're still in Ring 1 Tower Rush. Are you still on Citadel of Laptop Splitting? So, okay, we're going to do a wipe data test, then stop that. Then we're going to go find that script, which is right here, and then disable it. Now let's pretend I'm a new player who just joined the game for the first time. I somehow stumble upon the difficulty voting area, which will be somewhere in the lobby. And then I see this. What is this? I try to press buttons, they don't do anything. And then I read this, I try to click them, they also don't do anything. You do not have the ability to vote on any towers. Reach floor 7 of any tower to vote on its difficulty. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go do a tower now. Let's say I want to not start with the easiest. Let's do Tower of Celestial Sky. Then I go play through it. Difficulty voting points, Tower of Celestial Sky. We'll just assume I played the tower legit up to this point. And then, let's say I, in fact, reach the end. It's going to kick me because I didn't hit the checkpoint, so I'll just reset. You either die on the final part of the tower, which, how did you do that on an easy tower? Or, you reach the win room, and then you hit the respawn block thingy, or just reset to get back to here. Would you look at that? Now it no longer says you don't have the ability to vote on anything. It now says Tower of Celestial Sky. Clicking those don't do anything because you only can vote on one tower. Let's say, okay, that was fun. I'm going to go play another tower. Let's try an easier tower. See if that breaks anything, which it shouldn't, but we'll see. Hit the voting point, which I think I did just hit. Now I can reset. Why is that not working? Shouldn't it be setting it to my easiest completion? Why is it not letting me cycle through that? Okay, so let's look at this on respawn again. Task.wait 4, we waited 4 seconds, we updated sorted votable towers, which should now be a table that is now has a string that says TOBFO and then TOCS. But then we are not. We're only doing this now that I have 2 towers in here. We're not updating this at all. Okay, that makes sense. But then why aren't these buttons doing anything? Because they should be. If I go to where are they? Here. Why are these not working? Oh, now it suddenly works. What's up with that? 5,000 clicks has corrected the error. In theory, these 2 buttons should do the same thing right now. Currently, I'm at position 1 in the table. I click that. It sets it to 0, sees that it's 0, so it sets it to the end of the table, which is TOCS. If I click that, it sets it to above what the limit of the table is. Or like how many things are in the table. So then it sets it back to the start. Okay, so why it just made me click it like 40 times before it did anything, I don't know. Who knows? Let's do that again. Let me see if that was just a weird one-off bug, which it most certainly wasn't. I did the wipe data test. Let me leave now. disable that. Rejoin the game. Let's do a different set of 2 towers now. Let's say you start with, well, you go over there, you see, okay, I can't vote on anything. Let's do tower of this one. Then we go here. Find its voting point. TOSSS. It's up here. Okay. Then you reset. Then, after 4 seconds, it should do that. And, well, it said that. It also says what my vote is because I have it saved, like, but if you haven't ever voted on that, it'll just have all the buttons, and you're free to vote on something. Clicking these, each time what that should be doing is, like, if I click this, it sets position to 0, sees it's 0, then sets it to the end of the table, which is going to be 1. If I click this, it sets it to above the table, sure, it sets it back to 1 as well. I would think. Let's try doing that for TOBC1 again. Reach the voting point, reset. Then wait 4 seconds. It shouldn't appear to do anything, which it shouldn't. But then, yeah, why do I just have to click this like 40 times? Okay, for some reason I'm having to click it like as many times as I think I have an idea of what's going wrong. I think I'm having to click it as many times as I was randomly clicking the buttons a moment ago. I'll bet what is going on is that something is going wrong with these previous tower buttons. What do? We change the position. If position equals 0, then position equals sorted votable towers. Or number sorted. Yeah, so when there's one thing in the table, it should start at 1. But then we click it, and it goes to 0. Then then it sees it's 0, so it sets it to number sorted votable towers, which should set it back to 1. What if I do number of a table that is empty? It prints 0. Ooh, does it just get in like an infinite loop if I click it when there's nothing there? No, because it just does that once. So it just sets it to 0, but it doesn't check again until you click it again. Maybe something's going wrong on this one. Plus equals 1, so we add 1 to it. Then if it equals 1 above the number of sorted votable towers, we set it back to 1. But if there's nothing there, I don't know why it's doing that. What I think I could, hold on, let me close. Maybe instead of trying to see if that's the problem, I could maybe just only do stuff when you click the button if you have more than one thing in sorted votable towers. That's what I would think could be a solution. So if I just go, if sorted votable towers, or if number sorted votable towers is greater than 1, then, meaning it's 2 or above, because we're only dealing with integers here. If it's 2 or above, then we're good to do all this stuff. If it's 1, whoopsie. If there's nothing there, meaning you haven't unlocked anything, or there's just 1, then also don't do anything. Okay, yeah, we're good. It should work. And what did I put that after? I did that after update sorted votable towers, which should be fine. If number sorted votable towers is greater than 1, then do all this. Let's give that a try, but turn on wipe data test so that I can give this a fresh try at this again. Okay, close. How long have I been streaming? 5.5 hours. What am I doing with my life? I'll probably end this soon. After I get this working, I guess I will. Okay, so You can see nothing is here. I decide, I'm gonna go play this tower. So then I reach its voting point. Then I reset. Then I should wait 4 seconds. And then suddenly it will do that. Now, normally you will not see that pressed, but it should be fine. You'll see that, and then clicking this shouldn't do anything, and yet it is. Why? The fact that it's printing that means that it's... Wait, hold on. Update sortable voted towers. Does that use, request previous vote or something? Yeah. Okay, so I think that's fine, actually. Let me do a print check thingy. So we're actually going to restart. Come on, load. Scroll down a bit. If this, then we're going to go print Amogus 13. And on this one, we're going to go print Amogus 37. Get it? So funny. Okay. Wait. I need to do the wipe data test again. Hold on. Select this if it'll let me. There we go. Enable that. And go again. Amogus. Yes. Let everything do that so it clears that table again. And then I'm going to go enabled. Nah, not anymore. Let's also save because I don't think I've saved in a while. Then I'm going to run this again. Okay. It doesn't do anything, so then I go play some tower. Let's do this one this time around. What is workspace, difficulty voting points, TOMV. That's up here. I hit the voting point. I reset. Then the lighting should get reset too, which it does. Nice. And this should be here. Clicking it should not print Amogus. Either Amogus 13 or Amogus 37, which it didn't, because I have one or fewer thingies in that. Okay, let's try doing an easier tower now. Let's do TOSSS, whose voting point was up here. Just confirm I'm hitting it, which I am. Even after waiting 4 seconds, I shouldn't see anything changing, but nope, it's still not working, so clearly that was not the problem. Okay, well then, that's great. Is the problem with this position variable? Do a temporary task.spawn function, and then do while wait, or while task.wait 1 do print position. See what's going on with that. So it starts as 1 always. I click that. Why is it 2 now? Oh, well, it did default to the easiest tower, which is what I should be doing. Why is it 3? It should have been sent back to 1. So that is the problem, apparently. Let me add a couple new towers to this list of towers that I can vote on. Add this one. Recite the difficulties backwards from catastrophic to easy. Catastrophic, terrifying, I'm not looking at that. Catastrophic, terrifying, extreme, insane, remorseless, intense, challenging, difficult, hard, medium, easy. Yay. What else can I do? I can do this one. Okay, that should have hit it. Now let me just leave and rejoin. You think it's iterating through the tables, and then as soon as it hits a target, it follows some statement. I don't know how your code is built, but just a question either way. What? You think it's iterating through the tables, and then as soon as it hits the target, it follows some statement. It should, like, what is position right now? It should just go back to 1 if you go above the limit, right? It should be 3, and I did that for like 4 towers. So when it goes back to TOBFO, it should be 1 now, yet it is not. So why? Clearly when I click that, some problem with like the arithmetic here is occurring. So where's the, when you click the wrong script, hold on. When you click next tower button, what goes on here? Position plus equals 1. So position was 1 to begin with, then we added 1 to it, and then it became, if position equal, then it became 2. When we reach the number of things in this list, let me just scroll back up and find out how many it should be. I think it was like 4 or 5, what was it? 4. When it reaches 5, it should say how many things are in sorted votable towers. Wait, hold on, where's that? Here. It should count how many towers you can vote on, so it should count how many, not technically not this table, but it should be these same towers, just in a different order. It should look through that table, count how many towers there are, and see, then add 1 to it, and then say, if position is 5 now, then we'll just set it back to 1. So then why is it not? I just have to look at this later, but this is like a really specific problem, isn't it? Hold on, let me scroll down a bit. If I click this, it does go back down, right? Yes. Can it go into the negatives? Why has it suddenly gone to 100? Okay, clearly something is going like way wrong here. Is it something to do with the plus equals maybe? It shouldn't. This is just saying position equals position plus 1. That's just a quicker way of writing that same thing. If position equals sorted votable towers plus 1. Okay, let's restart. See if I can figure this out. Or maybe I should just stop. Because it has been almost 6 hours. Okay, so position is 1 as it's supposed to be. If I click back, why did it just go to 8? Why would it do that? We only have one. What? Uh-oh. So it said position equals 0, so then it looked in sorted votable tower. Do I need to print what is number sortable voted towers? Sorted voted, you know what I'm talking about. I'm losing it here. Okay, let's go back to the top. Do print position. We're also gonna do print sorted votable towers. Okay, so there's nothing there, but then things have loaded. So what line is it printing that? It's printing that at line 24. So if I just do that, we should see in difficulty order all the towers that were in my save of what towers I can vote on. Yes. So why is it suddenly doing that? What has updated it? I can just control F position and see where all I've changed it. Position. What? Why did it suddenly duplicate the... Is there something wrong with... Hold on. Update sortable voted towers. Because I gotta clear... I think that's the problem. Okay. Sorted votable towers equals empty table. I think that's the solution I'm looking for. Because we don't want it to add all the towers to your... Like, we don't want it to suddenly fill this table with new entries. We want to clear it and then just make sure it's correct now. So if I do that, it should call that, but then you can see, look at that, it went to 4, not 8. And you can see this is still what it should be. Let's keep clicking this a bunch of times. Let's see if position now behaves how it's supposed to. 1, yes. I click it again, it goes to 2. Click it again, it goes to 3. Click it again, it goes to 4. Click it this time, it goes to 1. Now I want to go back to the end of the list. I click that. It set it to 0, but then it saw that it's 0, so it goes back to the number of items in this list. And we can see there are indeed 4 towers in this list. Let me go add something new to it. Let's add TOET to it. And go to its difficulty voting point, which is right here, and then I can just reset. This is amazing that I found the problem. Yay. Okay. It should still print 4 because it hasn't updated this yet. It will the moment that I click that or the other button. You can see it now says 3 because it updated it and it just added a tower to the end of it. It was on 4 and then it went to 3. Okay. Now you can see this should still behave as expected. It should go up to as high as 5. And then when I click it again, it should... currently it's 5. Now it goes back to 1. I click it here, it goes to 5. Right? Yes. Cool. I think we did it. Finally, I think the difficulty voting is ready. Well, other than building a better place for it in the lobby. But that's not too bad. I can't believe it. This is great. Yay. Nice find. Yes. See, hopefully you learned a little something about debugging. Yes, that was definitely never going to be my first guess, but now I completely understand why. Surprising that I didn't come across any other errors with that when I was dealing with this before. But it all seems to be fine now. Last thing I want to do before I end the stream is I just want to do a couple more tests with this of starting with no towers you can vote on, then seeing what happens. So do that. And we're going to get rid of that. Okay. So we currently have no towers, and I think I didn't remove where it says Among Us 13 and Among Us 37. Yeah. So me having either 0 or 1 towers in my votable towers, we should not see it print Among Us at all. Yeah, because it's not doing anything, because I don't have anything there. All right, let's go to a tower. Let's do TOET. Go to its difficulty voting point, reset, and we should wait 4 seconds, and then it should update here. Yes. Since I have not ever submitted a vote for that tower, you can see it didn't press any buttons, which it did on the other things I've tested this particular situation with. But this is what it should look like for new players who have not voted on anything, thus their votes are not in the data stores. If I click this, we should not see it say Among Us. Is it doing the click sound? Yes, it is doing the click sound, which is fine. I can just put it inside the toggling thing, but I don't know, you see visually the little, like, brighten when you press down click, so I think it makes sense to have the click sound, even if it's not actually doing anything. Which we can know it's not doing anything because it just says it's not saying Among Us down there. Okay, let's do this one. Its difficulty voting point was up here. At where is it? Hold on, floor 7. There it is. I can reset. And all the lighting effects should go back to normal. Now here comes the exciting part. Oh wait, also notice it said 1 this whole time. It's also said it's 1 even when I had no entries here. But it's fine, okay. So it should say 1 now. What is sorted votable towers? I did an easier tower than it. Okay, so position is 1. When I click it, it should set it to... When I click this, it should set it to 2. So I shouldn't actually see it do anything. because it just, okay. Having like one click where it doesn't do anything, I think I'm okay with. How could I fix it though? Would it be hard to? I could do like on respawn, find where your position, well, yeah, I think it's fine. Okay. So what it just did was it did the update this text and gradient and all those for Tower of Epic top heads because I just went on to Tower of Epic top heads. However, it just so happens that's what I was already on, even though position was 1. So I should be able to click this and it's Tower of Minimal Vibrancy now. Yes, and I should be able to even spam click them. And you can see we have position 2 when I'm on Tower of Epic top heads, position 1 when I'm on that. Let's try doing another easier tower, Tower of Celestial Sky. Whose difficulty voting point, I don't quite remember. It was like somewhere. Let's just do that. I probably hit it. Now reset. Okay. Still says my position is 1 because that's where it was before, but now TOCS is that. Okay, so if I click this, you shouldn't visually see anything except in the output because it should go to Tower of Minimal Vibrancy. Let's just see. Yeah, that's what I expected to happen. Okay. Let's do put it on that, and then let me do a harder tower than the hardest one in there. Let's do Tower of Wacky Obstacles. I don't remember where this one's voting point was. Let's go difficulty voting points, TOWO. Where was it? It was somewhere. There it is. Just hit that, and then I can reset. Maybe add 1 whenever you touch the voting points. I don't know. Well, no, because it depends on... That depends on, like, if the tower you just added to the list is, like, easier or harder than the one you're currently selecting. So, yeah. Okay, next hypothesis of what's going to happen. Clicking this button should set it to TOWO. Wait, hold on. Its position is... okay, yeah. So, currently, on respawn... sorted votable towers is, yeah, okay. Clicking that, yeah, that time, because it's not that it just, when you click it and you don't appear to do anything, that's what happens when it just so happens that when you click one of these buttons, you end up setting position to what it was of the tower you're currently looking at. I could make it update your position when you respawn by finding what it should be. It's a very small bug that honestly isn't that big of a problem, but let's see if I can find what I'm even looking for. Where is it? Here we go. On respawn, we update sorted votable towers. Then I just need to know which one you're currently looking at. Well, what I can maybe do is... well, no, because I don't really have an easy way to go from full tower name to the acronym, because I probably don't need to. Is there anywhere that I've determined the acronym? Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, if I just set position to whatever it is, I could also set position to 1. Whenever you... like, I just set it back to the start of the table when you respawn. Do I need to, though? Probably not. But we update sorted votable towers whenever you respawn. If I could just find out which one you're looking at. If I just do... is there like a variable for what tower you're currently viewing? Like right there? I don't think so. Could add one, but I'm trying to think if there's an easier way to do this than any of that. Which there might be, maybe. If I could just figure it out, and then I could, well, no, that wouldn't work either. I couldn't check what the UI gradient was, because that's sometimes the same on multiple towers, such as, like, well, hold on, where is it? Like, these two, TOFS and NEFPN. Honestly, I think this is fine. If I happen to think of a genius solution that's really easy, then we can do that. Okay. In 4 minutes, it will have been 6 hours. So, how about we just spend those last 4 minutes doing a couple more tests. The more tests, the better, right? Let me reset everything. And then clear this. Actually, I thought of something that's maybe a better use of our time here, but clicking this doesn't do anything. Yeah. Let's just add which one should we do? Let's do this one. And reset. Now you can vote on TOSSS. Although I think I've already voted on it. Okay. Here's what I want to do. And it's that I want to put my vote into each data store. Like my own vote, what I think it should be. Which these are basically my votes. Like I put these on the difficulty chart based on my opinion, and then I just chose each difficulty option by going 2 sub difficulties above and below what it is. So like TODC is here, so that means you can vote from here to here. Okay, we can do this in here. So what we're gonna do is do task.wait 6, and then we're gonna difficulty votes set async TOBFO, and then we're gonna just set it to a single table where there's a single entry or single index. And it's gonna be my user ID 6555 0316, and that's going to equal whatever I think it should be, which for TOBFO is low easy. Okay. Then I'm just gonna copy paste this line a bunch of times. These are all temporary lines, by the way. So even though this is like inefficient and might break if the data store goes down, don't worry. It's just temporarily here. Okay. TOCS. I also want to be low easy. TOBC, I want to be high easy. Well, TOBC1 technically. High easy. So any other entries that were in these tables, they're about to get deleted, but there shouldn't be anyway. It should just be me. So yeah. Because no one's played this yet. TOSSS should be mid-medium. So I'm basically just filling this in. TOBC2 should be whatever I said. High easy or high medium. Then what is this? Is this? It is in that zone. Okay, TOMV should be high or mid hard. TOMV should be high hard. High hard. TODC or TOVOE should be high. Wait, what? TOMV should be mid hard. TOVOE should be high hard. This should be mid hard. Actually, I could just like, okay, this is a little bit faster than going to all the voting points and then submitting them through that. Although maybe that's a good idea to do to test it, but I think we've done enough testing, I think. Okay. TODC. I want to be low difficult. TOBFO. I mean, TOAN, I want to be high difficult. TOET, I want to be low challenging. Then TOC, I want to be mid challenging. TOWO, I want to be high challenging. TOC, mid challenging. TOWO, I want to be high challenging. TOFS, are these all? Wait, that's literally like on the line between them. Did I want TOILP to be? I think that's supposed to be within this zone. Let me just rotate it and put it down just a little bit. There. Okay. So all three of those I want to be mid-intense. That would be TOFS, right? TOFS, Neefpun, and Tolirulp. Not even a fully pierced neat. Control C, Control V. Just want to be TOILP. And all those are mid intense. Couple more. TOIF and TOBB are both mid remorseless. TOIF is mid remorseless. TOBB is mid remorseless. Just make sure I spell them right. That's quite important, actually. TOLC is high remorseless. High remorseless. And Ring 5 Tower Rush is low insane. R5 TR is low insane. Make sure I spelled out those right. Low easy, high, or mid medium, high medium, mid hard, high hard, low difficult, high difficult, low challenging, mid challenging, mid intense, mid remorseless, low insane. I think I spelled those right. Yell at me in the chat if I spelled it wrong. Yes, 6 hours is how long it's been going. We're almost done. Basically, what I'm about to do is when I click run on the game, it's going to save all these to my, like, it's basically going to submit my vote for all these towers without me having to use that, which would be kind of slow having to go to each tower's difficulty voting point. So this is just a little bit faster, I guess. I'm pretty sure I already did this, but just in case. TOSC was Tower of Saturated Colors. I just want that to be an empty table now because there's no votes. Apparently I can't just like fully delete it to nil, so that's kind of the best I can do. Okay. So there should be 19 of these here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Well, 19 and then the TOSC one to just clear that. Even though I'm pretty sure I already did that. Like, I think right now it is an empty table. So, yeah. Reason for that was because that tower had its name changed. So, yeah. Okay. So, I should have all those submitted now just simply by running that. That kind of took a while to type, so I'm not exactly looking to do that again. So, let me comment all these out. We'll do one of these comments. That way I can easily uncomment it if I ever need to again. Although, that's a little bit dangerous having that there, because if everyone's voted and then I accidentally run all those lines, that's going to wipe everyone's vote. I'll just make sure not to do that. Okay, so if we check this table right here, wait for it, that table, currently I can only vote on TOSSS, even though I have submitted votes for all of them because I just ran that. Do one test and we should be good. TOBC, where's its difficulty voting point? TOBC 2, just fly down there and then hit the block. Okay. Okay. Having now unlocked that, I should be able to just go to it. High medium, is that what I said it was? It didn't update the button. Yeah, it's high medium. It didn't update the button because I had submitted the vote, not because anything else broke. So yeah, the game knows I voted TOBC. If I want to change them at any point, if I change the way I want to place them on the difficulty chart, I can always just use this now that I've created this way of changing them. That's it. We're done. I'm going to end the stream now. What have I done? It's been 6 hours. So, yeah. That was the last... I think that is fully functioning now. And that finally just leaves a bunch of minor things that I still need to do for the Ring 5 thing. And, of course, editing the video, which I'm like halfway done with. It's taken forever. So, I hope you enjoyed the stream. We will reattempt the Ring 1 Tower Rush next week. So, yeah. I will see you then, or whenever the next video is, whichever comes first. So, see you later. Have a great day.